always a great conversation when we strike up that conversation with Jennifer Chandler. That interview is set for 9 o'clock this morning. We crank up the digital desk at 7. We go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. It is our streaming channel on actionnews5.com. You can also find us on our free news app and all of our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. And if you just want to watch us on TV, you can watch us on digital channel 5.3, the Action News 5 Plus channel, or Comcast channel 907. Ariana? Huh? Okay.
Later at 11 o'clock for Action News 5 Midday. We hope you'll tune in and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Stream Action News 5 for free on actionnews5.com, on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV.
My feelings would be hurt, and I really don't care.
Oh, really? That's perfect.
No, I really don't care. What other news people are going? What do I
I
care?
don't feel away. Like,
I don't know. I really don't care.
that's amazing.
Cause like, who are you? You know what I mean? Like
That is true. That
I
is
literally
true.
don't care. Like, do I care what Jarita or Kayla or freaking
Yeah,
Dominique? Like, I literally don't care.
that's amazing.
Surely you don't. I can't.
I mean,
imagine
I
you can.
can't care at this state, but like, if I could know,
You would want to know. That's so interesting.
I don't want to know, because then I could really know how to like maneuver
okay.
around you. Yeah.
I don't want to be cool to everybody, but yeah, I don't care.
Oh my goodness, it's I don't think Action News 5 gives Mean Girl, because Sydney is friends with everybody, and then Stephanie is Stephanie. Bria don't be at nothing. That's super. They're probably gonna say it's standout.
No, Bria. Now
She's
Bria
sweet,
is
though.
sweet.
She's
Yeah.
really
I think
sweet.
you can like watch her and think she's sweet. No, you don't think so? I think she's just. I think it's her little voice. Like she's sweet.
He sound like Miracle, because
Why?
Miracle literally, like, I just feel like me and Bria give out the same sweetness. Like,
No, Taylor, you don't.
I just feel like you could probably say I'm
Just be
quiet.
yourself. You don't have to be like Bria.
Since I'm interesting, Let me go do my interesting weather. No, usually when people say interesting, yes, they don't have an opinion of you, but they
They're
see
trying to figure you out.
they don't have an opinion of you, but they also look at you and you're like, what?
That's
the
what
hell?
somebody just said about me once. They were like, he was like, and it was a man. I personally think he's gay, but whatever. He was dating my friend, and he was like, I couldn't get a read on her. Like, who the hell says that? You freaking
Mo.
woman.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is a Wednesday. It is August 14th, and it is cloudy out there. In fact, there's some showers across the Mid-South as we take a live look from our High 5 camera downtown. 82 degrees at 7 o'clock. You know who said there was going to be showers? Meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us on the Digital Desk to kick us off this morning with the most accurate forecast for Memphis and the Mid-South. Good morning, Patrick.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yeah, we told you yesterday, gave you a first alert that the morning commute will turn a little bit wetter. And of course, for some folks getting back into classes in Harrisburg and Manila today, well, unfortunately, the wet weather is going to slow you down getting out to the bus stops and also at the school zones here this morning. But just use some caution out there. It's all thanks to a warm front that's draped across Arkansas right now that it will be lifting across our area later today. That will help to bolster the temperatures up in a big way for tomorrow. Give you a first alert to a first alert weather day coming up for Thursday for the excessive heat that will likely come in play as we head through your Thursday. Here's a look at first alert Doppler radar. Again, light to moderate rain showers across eastern sections of West Tennessee, northeastern Mississippi. But of course, the heavier stuff still coming down the pipeline. This corridor right in through here, you see several flash flood warnings just outside the Action News 5 coverage area this morning. That's coming right down the pipeline. Of course, moving down towards the south and east, and if it does hold together, moving into places like Frazier at 724, Bartlett 731, Midtown Memphis by 746, Somerville and Fayette County by 806. You see Millington there in northern Shelby County here probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes. 815 in South Haven, Hernando 833, and Byhalia by about 848 this morning. So getting down into Marshall County. Needless to say, again, moving down to the south and east at about 30 miles per hour. So grab an umbrella as you're heading out the door this morning. Some of the downpours could be heavy, leading up to some localized flooding concerns. Of course, most of the rain right now, northeastern Arkansas, it's moving into West Tennessee and into North Mississippi as well. The coverage of rain will taper off later today. Temperatures trying to rebound back up through the 80s this afternoon, but not everybody will see upper 80s today. Some folks will stay in the middle 80s amid the clouds and rain chances. And then some folks, where the rain not dominant today across places like Clarksdale, Marks, Helena, West Helena, may manage lower 90s before it's all said and done. Again, the coverage of rain a little bit lower as you're heading down here towards Helena, West Helena, Clarksdale, Marks. But the farther to the north that you go, in that corridor that I was just mentioning from Jonesboro to Blytheville down towards Covington, Somerville, here in Memphis, say Olive Branch and Holly Springs and Byhalia, that corridor right in through there will probably be where the heaviest rain could come down. Some spots there, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall in short order. Now, the positive note is that as the warm front lifts northward, we do trend drier for your Thursday from the standpoint of rain. Now, there could still be a few isolated downpours, but a first alert to the searing heat that's going to be building into the area. A few isolated downpours for your Thursday afternoon, middle 90s, but it will operate more like 110 to 115 degrees, not just here in the city of Memphis. I think eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, it's all going to be plenty hot going into your Thursday. And guess what? We get another band of rain to possibly move towards the Mid-South heading into early Friday morning. But I do believe, okay, when we look at this, that it will be prior to sunrise that we get a chance for rain. That will drag through here, move over towards Middle Tennessee through the morning hours of Friday. We might kick up an isolated downpour, but we'll start the day off on Friday in the upper 70s to near 80 degrees on Friday morning to the mid-90s again. Feels like temperatures around 110 with a few downpours here and there during the afternoon hours. And we get ready for an active period of time as we head into the weekend. Actually, an approaching front could bring us another wave of rain and storms overnight Friday into Saturday. That front slips southward, and the question mark is when exactly does the front slip southward, because that will have implications of how we play out highs on Saturday. But again, at least Thursday and Friday, the potential for excessive heat. I think especially Thursday. Friday's going to be a very close call still again. And then Saturday, depending on the timing of the frontal boundary, could also feature excessive heat. But that front will come sweeping through here, bring us back to quote-unquote average for heat and humidity combination heading into the early portions of next week. As I mentioned, we've got one front that will swing through the area just to the north of us on Friday. Then we go into your Saturday, and here comes that next front dropping in. I think Saturday morning we're dry. Saturday afternoon, near and south of I-40, that's where we see a little better chance for some rain and storms. Behind that, a little drier going into your Sunday as we round out play for the FedEx St. Jude Championship with temperatures that will run in the lower 90s. Here's a look at our First Alert future 7-day forecast. Again, today we'll call it what it is, wet outside as you're starting off your Wednesday. 88 the forecast, high temperature going into your Wednesday. And again, you'll notice for the FedEx St. Jude Championship, just not great for the Pro-Am this morning. The rain showers picking up here in the next couple of hours. I think the afternoon tee times, you do at least trend drier on the back end of the day, but the issue is that the course is just going to be plain wet by that point in time. Of course, they're going to be monitoring this over at TPC Southwind throughout the course of the morning. They may be able to just go out there and play a little bit, but it may not be great as far as the wet weather is concerned. They probably don't want to mess up the course with the Pro-Am to get into the tournament play that comes up for tomorrow. Again, we'll be around the low 80s with the rain showers beginning to shut down after lunchtime today. Then the heat's the big story for tomorrow. First round of tournament play is tomorrow. First Alert weather day there. We'll go with high temperatures that will be in the middle 90s, mostly to partly sunny skies. An isolated downpour can't be ruled out during the afternoon hours, but when you factor in the humidity levels, remember the feels like temperatures here will likely crest closer to about 110 degrees. Same thing on Friday, pretty close to it in the very least. Then the extended forecast behind the front that comes swinging through here Saturday into Sunday will drop off the humidity levels a little bit, just enough to take the edge off basically and get us back to average on heat and humidity combination. Into next week, temperatures back down to the upper 80s and low 90s in through here, and back to the low 90s, which is more typical for the middle and latter portion of the month of August heading through the end of next week, Andrew.
Okay, yeah, and Patrick, I mean, we've been talking about it for days. All eyes are on the FedEx St. Jude Championship that begins tomorrow. Certainly the Pro-Am today. It's just something we're just going to have to take a look at the forecast each and every day we want to go out to TPC Southwind, right?
Yeah, tomorrow I think is going to be good from the standpoint of rain. There might be one or two isolated downpours, and that's going to be very hit or miss, whack-a-mole type of shower and thunderstorm activity that could flare up. And I think even Friday, we'll call it about a 20 to 30% rain chance, because I would say that we may have a chance for rain in the morning. And when I say in the morning, I mean prior to sunrise. Then most of the day is fairly quiet, and then the late afternoon, early evening, as that next front approaches us, we may kick up a couple more showers. So there could be a few downpours on the final hours of tournament play there on Friday. Now Saturday, morning should be fine. It's the afternoon that becomes the issue, and the question mark is the timing of the front. I think there is a front that does swing through here on Friday that will, Saturday rather, that will help to facilitate some rain chances. The question mark is when exactly does that happen? Will it be earlier in the day or later in the day? To be seen, and that will also play into the temperature profiles for that day. I think we're pretty quiet for Sunday before we get back into our typical groove of lower rain chances, slightly lower humidity into next week. Not only that, again, we also have the First Alert weather day. It's not just for TPC Southwind and the FedEx St. Jude Championship, but also football jamborees kicking off in Shelby County tomorrow. Most of them happening on Thursday. We got a couple more that will happen on Friday as well. So we're just giving a first alert to everybody that's going to be out there. Those kick off at 6 p.m. on Thursday at the various stadiums around the city of Memphis, and of course also on Friday.
Everybody needs to hydrate on Thursday for sure. All right, yes, Patrick, we appreciate the deep dive, man. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's take another look here at ActionNews5.com. We've been talking a lot about ActionNews5.com. In fact, I want to point you to this. This is a brand new banner that you can see on the very top of our homepage. It is the FedEx St. Jude Championship. What to know before you go. If you click on that, it's your little guide as to what you need when you go out to TPC Southwind. You can see all the different stories that we've done, and just kind of gives you a cheat sheet of what to get ready for when you go to the golf tournament. Also, you can always look at the pull-down menu here and see some of the latest news, video, weather, digital desk interviews. You can see it right here. Watch the Digital Desk interviews in its entirety there. You can share them on social media with friends through email and text message as well. Again, this is our homepage at actionnews5.com. All right, we had some breaking news this morning with regards to a shooting that happened in the Memphis community of Binghamton. We had Sydney Gray there for much of the morning. She has this update for us here in the Digital Desk.
Andrew, good morning. I'm here in Binghamton where Memphis police are still investigating, and we're working to learn more information about an overnight shooting. So taking a look at the scene right here, we're at James's Lounge off Summer and Hillcrest this morning, again in the Binghamton area. We know that Memphis police, they responded to this area after 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was a heavy police presence. Lots of officers, ambulances on scene. We've got broken glass here. Earlier, we saw a vehicle and it had 2 bullet holes on the side of it. And so obviously lots to investigate here. We're still trying to get some answers from MPD about more specifics about what exactly happened here, but lots of concern from folks. There have been people kind of walking around, peering this area, trying to figure out what exactly went on. I saw Memphis police speaking with a woman just a little bit ago, getting information from her. So again, once we get that update from Memphis police, we'll be sure to let you know. Be sure to check our website, actionnews5.com, for the very latest on this shooting investigation. In Binghamton, Sydney Gray, back to you.
Okay, Sydney Gray there for us. Another story that was one of our top stories this morning was about the deal that was reached between Memphis Shelby County Schools and school resource officers. Action News 5's Tavares Haywood has more on that.
Not only did SROs agree to a pay raise, this comes as the district hires a new head of security. It's still unclear just how much that pay raise is. But before the deal was made, it was very unclear how the district was going to be able to ensure safety at one of the biggest high school sporting events of the year. That's the High School Football Jamboree, which kicks off tomorrow at Cordova High. In a meeting with Superintendent Dr. Marie Fagans and the new Director of Security, George Harris, SROs agreed to a pay increase. According to Dr. Fagans, Harris assured board members yesterday that security will be fully staffed for the Jamboree games later this week after gunfire broke out at 2 different games last year. She says to have at least 1 officer at each school in the district, they need 64 more SROs. District leaders say when new leadership comes along, things are bound to be different.
We did meet with MSCIAA to devise a plan for those 6 jamborees that occur on Thursday and the 5 that occur on Friday. And we have fully staffed those jamborees to ensure the safety. We have also coordinated with our partners with Memphis Police Department and Shelby County, who would also provide support for those events.
I will be there myself on all 3 days to address any issues that may come arise that I can provide my leadership and guidance to.
SROs say that they did meet with Jamboree officials to devise a safety plan for the Jamboree. The Jamboree kicks off tomorrow evening here at Cordova High. There will be several other games played over the next 2 days, that's Thursday and Friday, throughout Shelby County. Tavares Haywood, Action News 5.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. There has been some new research that has recently been documented with the Alzheimer's Association. And this research covers 3 different areas, everything from blood tests to GLP-1, which is Ozempic, those sort of things, and processed red meat. And this research is, as I mentioned, recent, and it is something that really gives us more of an idea of maybe the factors involved with dementia and Alzheimer's. Let's bring in someone with the Alzheimer's Association. Amy French is a research champion and senior program manager with the Alzheimer's Association. She's joining us now on the digital desk. Amy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about this recent research and what, from your perspective, you see as the most valuable aspects to it. Good morning.
Good morning. And thank you so much for having us on to talk about these important developments. And my role with the association is to bring this information to the living rooms, to have the honor and the privilege to attend so many of these scientific convenings like the Alzheimer's Association International Conference that I just came from, and learn about what's happening in the field and bringing it to the living rooms of the yous and me's of the world. So the blood test. As we know, the diagnostic process for Alzheimer's disease is very complex right now, and it requires extensive cognitive testing, usually brain imaging, that is expensive and not always paid for by insurance and not accessible to everyone, things like PET scan imaging. So a blood test that is now FDA approved as of this month will bring that capability of the primary care physician to do a preliminary blood test screening that will show at about a 90% accuracy rate the presence in the blood of what's called biomarkers or indicators that the disease process is happening in the brain. And that will, of course, accelerate diagnosis. It will eliminate the burden that is currently on specialists like neurologists and gerontologists who often have to do that preliminary screening. With that screening being done in advance, we know that there's a desert of specialists like neurologists and cardiologists. So it would take the burden off of them and enable primary care physicians to accelerate diagnosis and move forward with that. So that's very exciting and really groundbreaking news in the disease process.
It sounds like it. So, Amy, just so we're clear, I just wanted to ask you, so if someone, for example, we have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk, if someone were to go and maybe get a physical, okay, and they draw blood, is this blood test that you mentioned is FDA approved, could they say with that blood test, okay, look, you're only 35 or 45, but you have biomarkers that suggest that you could have dementia or Alzheimer's later in life? Is that how it works?
The long and short of it is yes. That test is not widely used yet. Obviously, it was just approved and made available, so it is not widely used. But that is what we envision for the very near future, for it to be a predictive test. As we know, the disease process for most chronic progressive diseases, be it kidney disease, heart disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's disease, the disease process begins long before symptoms become obvious. And if you wait until symptoms are obvious, then the ability to manage that disease is greatly reduced. So yes, as a diagnostic tool, not yet widely used, again, just made available, but that is a very realistic and strong expectation.
Yeah, I would think that anyone who has an opportunity to get this kind of test, to get it as soon as possible, because then the earlier you get it and the more that you have biomarkers, and the earlier, that means the earlier you can do things to stave off the dementia and Alzheimer's and do things to really kind of combat against some of the ugliness that we see of that disease. Is that right?
That's true. And to be very clear, we do not have at this point in the research game, we don't have the ability to stop the disease entirely. We don't have the ability to prevent the disease entirely. Again, this is true of many chronic progressive illnesses as well. It doesn't make it acceptable, but it doesn't make Alzheimer's an exception in that regard. So what we really are looking at, as again, I keep saying it with chronic progressive diseases, is lifestyle interventions that really can make a difference in our risk factors for developing things like Alzheimer's and other chronic diseases. And by that, I mean things like one of the studies that that I think you wanted to talk about today was the study about processed red meat. And that study backs up 100% the idea through a study that was done for over 130,000 healthcare professionals over the course of 40 years. So this is not just some fly-by-night study that goes, oh yeah, that's probably true. It is evidence-based research that shows that the consumption of 2 to 3 portions of something like bacon, or I hate to hate on bacon because everybody loves bacon, but 2 to 3 portions a week increases your risk of cognitive decline by 14%. That's a pretty significant percentage, and especially in regard to something that we do have control over and we can change. That doesn't mean you have to give up bacon forever. Maybe 2 or 3 times a month, it's fine. It's probably not going to hurt you. And also the good news is that unprocessed red meats, like just your normal healthy meat that you buy that's not full of nitrites and preservatives and sodium, it doesn't seem to have any factor at this point in time on your risk. So we're looking at pretty much, excessive use of processed meats that is the culprit here.
Gotcha. So, hot dogs, sausages, bacon, those traditional things, not necessarily, like red meat when you say steak or, a piece of pork or something like that that's unprocessed, right?
And yes, that's correct. And the guidelines that are in place for a healthy diet, like the Mediterranean diet, the DASH diet, all of those guidelines are still very, very much recommended in regard to overall health. We're just showing through this study that it just backs up everything that we already know about a healthy diet and the scientific evidence that's there in regard to what's good for the heart is good for the brain.
Right. And so, Amy, I'm reading from one of the things from the Alzheimer's report, and it says that processed meat, as we've been talking, raises the risk of dementia, but if you swap it for nuts and beans, it will lower the risk. And you mentioned earlier how this was a 4-decade study of more than 130,000 people. So it wasn't a small group and it wasn't a small timeline. We're talking a huge, that's a beautiful study, if you will, because it covers so many different people over such a long period of time.
Yeah, and it really gives us irrefutable evidence that, again, has been backed up time and time again. There are subsequent studies that are being funded by the Alzheimer's Association, even as we speak, to hone it down and get a better understanding of the impact of things like the processed meats and other dietary factors that we know from past evidence are not healthy, understanding better why exactly it is that these particular things like the nitrites, like the high sodium, do increase our risk. Understanding why the risk is increased can help us understand how to better reduce that risk and mitigate that risk, not just through the elimination or the significant reduction of those products, but also in regard to research in general, understanding the disease better.
Okay, and Amy, finally, I want to go to the third aspect, and this was the GLP-1. So this is things like Wegovy, Ozempic, and how it may protect against dementia. Explain the results coming out of this.
Yeah, so those studies indicate that the weight loss drugs may have a protective quality for the brain. We also know that those drugs really haven't been on the market for a long time, so we haven't had the opportunity to do really longitudinal studies. But preliminary indicators indicate that there's a very good possibility that there is some protective quality. Now, that doesn't mean that those medications are going to now be the norm for a person who has Alzheimer's to go on those medications. That's not what the takeaway is. The takeaway is that it's yet another avenue of hope, yet another avenue that is being explored. We know that the relationship between what creates risk factors for diabetes and other metabolic diseases are also risk factors for Alzheimer's disease. So knowing that medications that can help mitigate those metabolic type disorders might be indicated in also mitigating Alzheimer's risk and Alzheimer's progression is very encouraging and very significant. Isn't it wonderful when a medication comes on the market that's just not a one-trick pony, that it has a lot of other benefits as well?
No, I'm very encouraged by these recent breakthroughs. I think I may have mentioned it to you and perhaps some of your colleagues that my dad has Alzheimer's, and so we go through it as a family together. And I do a lot of things with the Alzheimer's Association and I love learning about these breakthroughs because it's so valuable for so many people out there. Where can our audience look at some of these breakthroughs and kind of read for themselves? Is there a place online?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Of course there is. Our website is your absolute go-to. It's alz.org, alz.org. That simple. We also have a toll-free helpline at 1-800-272-3900, and I hope that you'll flash that on the screen for us. Both are great resources. I encourage people, especially if you're overwhelmed as a caregiver, and as a caregiver yourself, this is the norm to feel overwhelmed as a caregiver. Sometimes going to the Google net, as they say, can be really scary and intimidating and overwhelming. Even our website, which is 100% evidence-based, if you see it on the Alzheimer's Association website, you know that it's true. You know that it's not a fly-by-night study, a scheme to get you to buy a product or whatever. You know it's legit. So our toll-free number is a great resource too that I think is drastically underutilized. You can ask a question about anything. You can ask a question about what we just talked about today, about the blood test, about whether Ozempic is going to help reduce your risk. It doesn't have to be a deep, intense question. It can be anything you need and want to know about Alzheimer's disease. We are in the business of education and support, along with, of course, funding the research and even providing research studies as well. That's our business. It's what we do. We are here to help. We're here to help in whatever way we can. And that means one-on-one. If it's a one-on-one conversation with our helpline, and it helps even one small bit in helping you understand your risk, mitigating your risk, or understand your role as a caregiver and how to best provide care for your loved one. All those things are so important. And that's why we're here. And we want people to help us do our job. We want to have people that we can serve.
Amy French, we really appreciate this conversation. Thank you so much for letting us know about these recent breakthroughs, valuable information that people can check out at alz.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have you heard about AmeriCorps' National Civilian Community Corps? It is a partnership between the AmeriCorps National Civilian Community Corps and Forest Corps, or the United States Forest Service. So Forest Corps is a partnership between AmeriCorps and the U.S. Forest Service. They protect public lands. It's for young people passionate about protecting those lands, and it really helps develop leadership skills, among other things, and strengthen communities. I'm joined right now by Ken Goodson. He's the director of AmeriCorps' National Civilian Community Corps, joining us on the digital desk. Ken, good morning to you. Tell us more about this new program.
Andrew, good morning. Thanks a lot for having me on. AmeriCorps' National Civilian Community Corps, or NCCC, is a team-based service program for young adults ages 18 to 26. We started as a demonstration project at the Department of Defense, have been with AmeriCorps for about 30 years now, helping to strengthen leadership skills and make a positive impact in communities across the nation. We've recently entered, as you mentioned, a new partnership with the U.S. Forest Service to help bring young adults into service on public lands. That is to address the wildfire crisis strategy of the Forest Service, as well as their reforestation strategy. Brand new program, just launched and became official as of last week.
All right, last week. Okay, so tell me about, first off, Forest Corps and what this program aims to do. How many young adults are a part of it, and where are they?
Okay, great. So the Forest Corps program, again, advancing two major strategies for the U.S. Forest Service. On the wildfire crisis strategy front, members will be involved in work such as prescribed burns, clearing brush, helping to reduce the risk of wildfires. And on the reforestation side, they'll be doing work like tree or seed collection and helping to monitor forest health. The program started with 80 members, and that was launched last week in California, where AmeriCorps NCCC has our Pacific Region campus. The initial set of 10 teams all actually depart today, Andrew, to begin their service commitment. Those service commitments are primarily in the American West, which is where the greatest wildfire risk is. But we have members serving in the program from all across the United States.
Okay, and their service tenure is it a year? Is it less than that?
Yeah, so AmeriCorps NCCC Forest Corps members do a 10-month commitment, and then the team leaders, the young adults who run the teams, make an 11-month commitment.
And tell me about the leadership skills and other aspects of this program that these people who are involved in this program get out of it.
Yeah, and I think those are not unique to the Forest Corps part of AmeriCorps NCCC, but in general for AmeriCorps NCCC, it is a team-based program. So you have young adults from all different walks of life looking to go and serve in communities that have requested their support and assistance. And the leadership skills development is really through the daily hands-on service work, as well as some classroom training and support that's provided by AmeriCorps NCCC. That is coupled with the tangible technical skills that our project partners provide. So for Forest Corps members specifically, Andrew, that's things like chainsaw certifications or a red card wildland firefighter certification. So you take those soft skills, leadership skills, and then those tangible technical skills. And at the end of the service term, you have a really qualified young adult able to hit the job market and take the next step in their career.
So we have thousands of people, Ken, that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. This probably is the first time they're hearing about something like this. Is there an opportunity for people to join throughout the year, or is it only this time of year? What?
Yeah, throughout the year, Andrew, there's opportunities for people to get more information about AmeriCorps NCCC, all of our different service programs, and particularly for the Forest Corps program. And your viewers can go to AmeriCorps.gov/Forest Corps. That would be a great place to start. And my colleagues and I certainly stand ready to answer any questions that may come up.
All right, Ken Goodson, Director of AmeriCorps NCCC. We appreciate you on the Digital Desk. Congratulations on the new set of recruits that have gone through and are about to embark on quite a journey the next 10, 11 months. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. There's some new data that's been issued by MetLife and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It finds small businesses are keen to experiments with AI tools, and using AI could give them a competitive edge. This is according to some of the key findings of Q2 here. Let's bring in a couple of people to talk about this new data. I am joined right now by Jordan Crenshaw. He's the Senior VP of U.S. Chamber of Commerce Technology Engagement Center, and Karen Rafferty, Head of Regional Business Sales with MetLife. Good morning to you both. So, Karen, let me start with you here. Tell me what this data tells you.
Absolutely. We have been partnering with the U.S. Chamber on the Small Business Index since 2017. And it's a snapshot into our small business sector. It allows us to understand from small business owners what they're thinking about the economy, their biggest challenges, and how they feel about their businesses overall. Our most recent study showed the most optimism of our small business owners since 2020. And a lot of that excitement is driven by AI. We know in Tennessee that many of our small businesses are in the service industry. And our data shows that 52% of those small businesses will be looking for AI proficiencies in their future job postings.
Jordan, over to you. Tell me what you're seeing from your vantage point when it comes to small businesses and the technology and AI.
There's a huge opportunity for workers in Memphis as small businesses are embracing AI tools. 99% of companies are small businesses. And our latest small business index survey results that we did along with MetLife revealed that 71% of small businesses believe that hiring workers with AI skills will save them time, and another 67% believe will help save them money. Small businesses value AI proficiency, and AI is creating an environment where workers can learn new skills and then become more valuable in the job market. And I think it's interesting to note that 46% of small business owners in the South are actively planning AI training for their employees.
So let me ask you this, and let me stay with you, Jordan, for a minute here. If someone's watching this, and we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning on the Digital Desk, and someone's watching and they say, yeah, I'll work with AI. I want to get that next job. Where can they go to, be proficient in AI tools that you're talking about?
Well, AI training is going to be crucial for helping small businesses grow in the future, and 65% of businesses believe that AI will change roles in the future economy. And it's so important that employees take up small business owners on their offer of AI training. I'm even aware of small business owners themselves too who've actually gotten training and use it rather effectively off the internet. But there are also more formal trainings available too. Community colleges and local chambers of commerce are offering upskilling courses as well. So there are ample opportunities for people to learn how to use this technology for their advantage. It's a tool that's really going to help bolster the workforce, particularly as we're dealing with a tight labor market.
So, Karen, I want to ask you, what are you seeing in terms of AI tools that people are gravitating to? And when I say people, I mean small businesses. I mean, we know about ChatGPT. Anything else out there?
Absolutely. I believe that small businesses are looking at ways that they can increase their productivity without having to, fully compete against larger industries overall. And so our small business owners are really concentrated on how they integrate this with their employee base and really creating opportunities through their employees' professional growth and training in AI to deliver efficiencies, but a stronger customer experience.
So let me ask you this, Karen. I mean, in this new data that was issued by MetLife, was there anything specific, any kind of AI tool that the business community mentioned, or they, wanted these employees to learn more about?
We're seeing a large gravitation to increasing their marketing ability through AI. as well as just understanding their overall customer base.
Jordan, over to you. So give me the landscape in the next, 5-10 years. Are we going to see something where almost every small business or business out there is going to have some form or fashion of AI as part of the workforce?
In terms of how small businesses are going to adopt, if you were to say a small business is not going to adopt AI today, that would be like saying a small business doesn't plan to use the internet 20 years ago. It's going to be ubiquitous, and that's why it's so important that employees at small businesses and their owners become efficient so they can have that edge.
Okay, Jordan Crenshaw and Karen Rafferty, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks for the deep dive on the topic and keeping us informed on what's happening with small businesses and AI tools. Anything else you guys want to mention before we let you go? I leave it open to both of you.
Well, if you'd like to learn more, you can actually visit us at uschamber.com to dive more into the report.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, guys. There is a critical shortage of blood right now. In fact, it is gotten to the point where the American Red Cross is calling this an emergency type situation because it is plummeted. The inventories have plummeted a lot this summer. Let's bring in someone to talk about the blood shortage and what we can do about it. I'm joined now by Dr. Baya Lansky. She is a Division Chief Medical Officer with the American Red Cross. Dr. Lasky, good morning to you. Tell us about the blood shortage and the serious effect that it has.
Yes, well, the recent severe weather has had a significant impact on the blood supply. We have seen Hurricane Debbie, the wildfires, the tornadoes that have forced the cancellation of about 60 drives just in the last week, which means 1,500 blood donations that were not collected. This is now coming on the heels of July, where we saw record temperatures across the country during a time when it's already challenging to collect due to travel and vacation plans. So as you said, since July 1st, the American Red Cross blood supply has dropped by 25%, which means about 19,000 units that have not been collected. And we are working very closely with our hospitals around the clock to make sure that patient needs are met. But unfortunately, the blood is going out the door faster than we are able to collect it.
Right, and right now you need all blood types, but type O is the most favored, right?
That's right. Donors of all blood types are welcome to come donate. No matter what your blood type, you can help patients. But you're exactly right. Type O blood product is particularly low. O negative is patients of any blood type and are particularly critical for emergencies. And so distributions of these most high demand, most needed blood types have been reduced to hospitals in recent months. And then also platelets of all blood types are in constant need as well.
Okay, so let's talk about the best ways, because we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. We broadcast to West Tennessee, North Mississippi, and Eastern Arkansas. What are the best ways that people can go ahead and donate blood?
Yes, well, you can find us at redcrossblood.org, call us at 1-800 Red Cross, or find us on the Red Cross Blood Donor app. You can find a location near you to make an appointment. And we are encouraging everyone, if you have never donated before, it is easy and it's a short amount of time that of your day that you can save a life and touch someone else's survival. As a thank you, we are offering a $20 Amazon gift card to anyone who comes in during the month of August. And I would just encourage people, patients depend on hospitals, hospitals depend on us, and we depend on you to help support them. So please, as you go about your summer, please remember the people who are in the hospital who need transfusions today, tomorrow, next week. We really need people to come out and donate.
All right, Dr. Baya Lasky, we appreciate you and everything that the American Red Cross does for everyone, especially in those moments where we need the American Red Cross the most. Thank you, and hopefully the message has been sent out loud and clear to the thousands of people who watch us. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I'm joined now by Reef Faberman, the Trust for America's Health Director of Strategic Communications and Policy Research. Good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about this new report that I'm hearing about epidemics of alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths. And give me the facts and the findings that surround this report. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is an annual report that Trust for America Health does, and we track the number of deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide, both at the national level and at the state level. And there's some good news at both of those levels, although the number of deaths over the last 2 decades has really increased at very alarming rates. We're up 142% in these deaths, alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths over the last 2 decades. So we have a lot of work to do. But for the very latest data, which is for 2022, there is a glimmer of some good news. Nationally, alcohol drugs are down 6%. And in Tennessee, these deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide are down across the board. Your alcohol deaths are down 2%, your drug overdose deaths are down 1%, and your suicide deaths are down 2%. So that's good news. However, we also need to remember that even with these reductions, over 6,400 people have died in Tennessee in 2022 from substance abuse or suicide.
How much is this related to the pandemic? I mean, I know we've been out of the pandemic now, but how much is it related to that?
Yeah, it's a good question because there is data that suggests that when we were able to come out of the pandemic, the public health emergency ended, people were able to get back to a more normal routine, going to an office, going to work, being able to socialize, going out to restaurants, etc., that helped people's sense of social isolation, any loneliness, because we did see very high increases, double-digit increases in alcohol and suicide deaths in 2020 and 2021. Now we see kind of a leveling off in 2022. So the end of the pandemic probably did impact these numbers.
So we have these numbers. They're extremely high, even though they aren't as high as they have been in the past. They are still extremely high. How do we bring it down?
Yeah, it's important to remember that even though we have seen a leveling off, the numbers across the last 2 decades are just astronomically high. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to invest in prevention programs and in the community conditions that allow people to thrive. We need to invest in harm reduction programs, things like readily available naloxone. Naloxone is a overdose reversal drug medication. And that needs to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl test strips need to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl is the largest driver of drug overdose. We also need to ensure that we have a mental health system in this country and a substance abuse prevention system that is large enough to meet all the need and that has the diversity and the language skills and the understanding of individual community culture to allow it to be really welcoming to anyone who needs help and effective for anyone who needs help.
What else can we talk about with regards to this study? And, you know, we've addressed this problem, this issue. It's still a mess when it comes to our area of West Tennessee and North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. What else can we talk about with solutions here?
Yeah, I would again point to the importance of a mental health services system that is as large as the scope of the problem. Many Americans, 53% of Americans, live in mental health workforce shortage areas, which means that if a person needs some kind of mental health services or substance abuse prevention services, they're likely put on a waiting list and they have to wait until they can get the services they need. That's something that really needs to be addressed. We also need to invest in prevention programs in schools. Schools are such a natural place to be able to help kids, to understand who needs help and the kind of help they need. So prevention programs in school, programs that teach coping skills and teach resilience, also very important.
Okay, Ms. Farberman, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time and really just kind of analyzing this latest study that shows some progression, but still we got a long, long way to go. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heavy downpours continue to shift across parts of the Mid-South here this morning. Be prepared for that as you're stepping out the door. The coverage of rain will begin to taper off a little bit as we head towards the latter half of the morning into the afternoon hours. So keep in mind there's probably going to be a large temperature differential today because more clouds and rain to the north and east, south and west. Not as much rain, though a few passing showers. The heat begins to build underneath that ridge of high pressure that will be building in our direction as we head through the next couple of days. Highs in the 80s to the low 90s here today. Of course, the bulk of the rain tapering off after lunchtime. As we go into tonight, should be a fairly quiet one across the region, starting off with temperatures in the 70s, amid a mixture of clouds and sunshine to start off early Thursday morning, and then the heat builds in a big way. There might be a few isolated downpours during the afternoon, but of course the big story will be the heat building across the region, all thanks to a big ridge of high pressure that will be expanding over the deep south here the next couple of days. Of course, underneath that ridge of high pressure, pressure. You're going to have that sinking air that compresses and warms up, and it will warm up very efficiently as we head through the course of the day tomorrow. First alert weather day in effect for your Thursday, and the very least probably extend that out into your Friday as well as the heat stress cranks up. Highs in the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures, though, 110 plus in some instances as we head through that time frame. Here's a look at our first alert futurecast. When you look at it, breaking it down tomorrow, there could be an isolated shower or thunderstorm rumbling up during the course of the afternoon hours. But of course, the bigger story will be the heat and humidity combination. That 95 operates more like 110 to 115 degrees. I think across eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, yeah, we're probably going to have some feels like temperatures around 115 again going into your Thursday. Now, starting off early Friday morning as a weak boundary approaches us, we could kick up a quick shower or two north of the I-40 corridor as we head into early Friday morning. Some passing clouds, temperatures upper 70s to near 80 degrees early Friday morning. And yet again, we'll push the story forward on the heat and humidity combination. Middle 90s, again operating more like 110. A pop-up shower or thunderstorm to cool off one or two folks, but don't expect a lot of cooling relief there. There may be a little better chance for a shower or thunderstorm to emerge as we get into the overnight period of Friday and the Saturday as another front approaches the area, helping to kick up a few more shower and storm opportunities into your Saturday. Now, that front will help to usher in the drier air that will eventually take us into the early portions of next week, and depending on the timing of it. If the front comes through here later in the day on Saturday, I think the heat's still going to be pretty searing. If the heat is a little lower, it's going to be by way of the front swinging through earlier in the day. At any rate, there's still a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms on Saturday, depending on the timing of the front. Before that happens, though, it's definitely going to be hot and humid as we head through both Thursday and Friday. Again, we do have the first alert weather day in effect for Thursday for a FedEx St. Jude Championship Round 1 play. A lot of folks in town for that. We also will have the football jamborees for Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools coming up as well on Thursday and Friday for that matter. Those all kick off like 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. So those will also be impacted by the heat and humidity combination as we head through that time frame. With the heat cranking up yet again, check that first alert forecast on the First Alert Weather app. Limit your time outdoors if you can. Of course, reschedule outdoor work if you can as well. If you can't, make sure you're taking plenty of breaks in the shade or indoors, and staying hydrated is key, and checking in on the elderly, children, and pets during this whole time frame. Here's a look at that extended forecast. Again, just plain old wet for your Wednesday, and the reasoning why, again, that boundary just sitting on top of us, that sets up for a wet go of things for the FedEx St. Jude Pro-Am Wednesday morning and into the afternoon hours. We'll start to see the coverage tapering off after lunchtime, but it may be too late at that point when it comes down to how much rainfall we see as we go through that time frame. Tomorrow, for the first round of play, rain chances are going to be pretty slim, maybe an isolated downpour here or there. Of course, the heat's going to be the bigger story, front facing for you, mid-90s, mostly to partly sunny skies. And of course, it feels like temperatures around 110 degrees during the course of the afternoon. Likely lean that into your Friday, even into Saturday in some instances. So keep an eye to the sky. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on the First Alert weather app as well as the Action News 5 digital desk. Extend this out to the next 10 days. Beyond that front moving through the area Saturday into Sunday, some drier air moves in here. Some indications have us in the 80s for highs next week again. But right now we're going to hold around 90 degrees or so Monday through Wednesday or Thursday before we start to see the humidity levels start to creep back up slowly but surely. But I think another round of slightly drier air, not as dry as what we saw this past weekend, but at least some slightly drier air moving back into the fold after a wave of blistering heat to take us through the end of this week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new book out that highlights one of the biggest stories of the Mid-South over the last 30 to 40 years, the West Memphis Three. I'm joined right now by Dan Stidham. He's a West Memphis Three attorney joining us on the digital desk. And I understand, Dan, good morning to you. This story is about, untold aspects of the case West Memphis Three. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yeah. So anyway, so I understand that you wrote this book. It's called A Harvest of Innocence. Tell me some of the reasons why you wrote this book. There's been so much in the public domain about this case. It's certainly gone national with a number of different documentaries surrounding it. Tell me what's in this book and why you felt the need to write it.
Well, there's a lot of mythology out there about the case, and the way that it ended with the Alford plea created a lot of confusion. And I just wanted for there to be a true account of exactly what happened and how it happened and why it happened, and also continue my search for the real killer.
Okay, and we have thousands of people that watch us, Dan, on the Action News 5 digital desk, and I know most of them know about the West Memphis Three, but I want to just familiarize people with this case. This was something that happened on May 5th, 1993, where there were 3 8-year-old boys that had been murdered, and 3 teenage boys would spend 18 years behind bars for this crime. And we're talking about Jason Baldwin, Jesse Misskelley, Damian Echols, and they were dubbed the West Memphis Three. And there was all kinds of theories and thoughts about how there was this satanic, panic among people who thought that these 3 teenagers were the result of these 3 kids that passed away, that died in this brutal murder. And so your book, Harvest of Innocence, is the untold story of the West Memphis Three murder case. That is the title of it. Tell me specifically what is untold about the murder case, Dan.
Well, there was a lot of things that happened behind the scenes that I couldn't talk about while the case was ongoing. I discovered things that had happened after the case was tried back in 1994 in January. And then I saw a pattern emerge of misconduct on the part of law enforcement and the prosecution. And in some ways, it seemed like there was collusion with the trial judge. And so looking back, I was startled when I saw that these things were unfolding. And so I started going back through my case file after I got it back and looking at things. And one of the things that I did is I received an entire copy on DVDs of both trials, and I went back and started watching. And some of the things that I saw were times when the court was in recess, but the judge was still on the bench and still talking, and the microphones were picking up what he was saying. And he was saying disparaging things about me and Mr. Crow, my law partner at the time. And just, it was clear that there was some bias there. And this, there's a big difference between being 30 years old and I'm 61 years old now. When you go back and look at what happened and all, these are all scenes that are uncut, just didn't, they weren't in the documentaries. And so I literally was nauseated to watch it because my older self was looking at my younger self in disbelief, actually, at some of the things that were going on. And as the appeal process started, people came up to me and started giving me new information, which was very, very, in some cases, unbelievable. But then again, I started noticing these patterns emerging where witnesses were hidden from us, so we couldn't subpoena them. And I had a book signing just a few weeks ago at Barnes and Noble in Jonesboro, and someone walked up to me and gave me some explosive evidence that I never knew about. And so there's been a lot of people who've come forward because they were too afraid to come forward back 30 years ago. Also, one of the things when I'm doing public speaking about the case, and the case has never, ever left the headlines in 30 years, 31 years now. And there's just so much garbage out there on the internet that's just completely, totally untrue. And so in 2014, I sat down and decided that I was going to get serious about writing this book. And of course, life has its interruptions, but I, with my co-author, Tom McCarthy, who is an excellent writer and editor, he stuck it out with me for 9 years before we got it completed and published it back in November. But there's between 80 and 100 things that have never been disclosed to the public in the book. Some of the things that nefarious things that were being done by police officers and a prosecutor and the trial judge himself, which were very disturbing. And so this is, again, sort of my memoirs of the case.
Yeah.
But I had several goals in mind when I wrote the book, one of which was to set the record straight on what really happened.
Yeah, and just to update our audience, in 2010, the 3 accused were able to enter an Alford plea, and they were able to go free after 18 years. There's still no one that's been arrested for the brutal murder of 3 8-year-old boys that happened in May of 1993. Let me ask you this. I mean, point blank, Dan, who did this crime?
Well, I am unwilling at this point to take Terry Hobbs, the stepfather of the victim, Stevie Branch, off my list of suspects. And with the Arkansas Supreme Court back in April remanding the case back to the circuit court and basically ordering the retesting, we're very hopeful that this new testing will lead us to a suspect. And we know that Mr. Hobbs was at the scene because he left traces of DNA behind, and as did his friend who was helping him look for the little boys that night. His hair was found on a tree stump at the crime scene. So that's one theory that I'm looking at. The other theory is an over-the-road long-haul truck driver serial killer, which according to I got the book right behind me.
No, that's okay. Again, I just want to remind our audience that Dan Stidham was a young, as you heard, a young lawyer at the time, took this case and fought for the release of the West Memphis 3 that we've been telling you about. And so now this book, Harvest of Innocence, is about that tenure of time and some of the untold things that he is now allowed to say after that investigation. And still to this day, not just here in Memphis and the Mid-South, but this specific investigation is still talked about, one of the most talked about investigations out there right now, still very much on the minds of so many. And a lot of it, in part, is due to a documentary called Paradise Lost that really, once it aired, it really, the fervor of this case and trying to find justice was something that was that seemed to be ramped up on steroids. They wanted it, people just were calling for justice immediately and to figure out exactly what what went wrong and how to get the boys out of prison, men now, of course. Anything else before we let you go, Dan? This is something that if anyone is familiar with this case or has an interest in this case, I would think they'd be very interested in reading Harvest of Innocence. Anything else you want to mention?
Yes, I'd like to add in that the FBI has created a task force on long haul serial killers, and a former FBI agent, assistant director of the FBI, Frank Figliuzzi, has just wrote a book about that very topic. But the thing I would like to stress the most about the book and is that I break it down into terms that if you walk away from reading A Harvest of Innocence, you don't believe that these three teenagers, now middle-aged men, are innocent, then I didn't succeed in my book. But I break down the false confession, not just one, but several, and systematically throughout the book, completely knock the wheels off the state's case. And I did not know about the Alford plea till the night before it happened. I wasn't an architect of that. It was something that just kind of happened in the moment secretly. And as the years went by, I had to try to figure out how that happened and how that occurred, because I was kind of bitter when I discovered what had actually happened. But I take the reader through the entire story, and to make it genuine, I wanted to make sure that I was as tough on myself as I was some of the other key players in the case, so that people could read the book, go through all the scientific information that's in layman's terms, so that they could understand what really happened and how these three kids were convicted due to this mass hysteria that we refer to now as satanic panic. And this kind of event happened in Salem, Massachusetts. 300 years later, it happened in West Memphis, Arkansas, and it's going to keep happening until we address the issues with some criminal reform, which would be pretty easy to implement, but it's been a struggle for all these years.
Dan Stidham, the West Memphis 3 attorney, now has a new book, Harvest of Innocence, The Untold Story of the West Memphis 3. It still remains one of the most discussed true crime stories today. Dan, I really appreciate you coming on the digital desk. Thank you for giving us a heads up on this book, and we appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I just finished reading an article from our friend at the Daily Memphian, Sam Hardiman, who covers city politics mainly for the Daily Memphian. Sam, how are you?
I'm well, Andrew. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. I was reading your article here, and the title is Permits Not Required for Temporary XAI Turbines. We have covered a lot, and most of the Memphis news media has covered a lot about not only XI coming here, which is a great opportunity for the city, the region, the ideas and the possibilities are almost endless, but at the same time, there's a lot of environmental concerns. The power that's involved, the water that's involved, and some of this hits on this article, Sam. I want you to kind of inform our viewers about the idea of these turbines. what they're being used for, and why there's a little bit of concern.
Right. So the article, and you can find it on dailymemphian.com, is about essentially right now XAI as they build out their supercomputer. They're not fully on Tennessee Valley Authority's transmission system and Memphis Light Gas and Water's distribution grid. So that means that they are not receiving all of their electricity from Memphis Light Gas and Water, which they will be in the future, most likely. Okay. And instead, in order to move rapidly as a company and get the supercomputer up and running, the company has rented combustion natural gas turbines, which, if you really want to think about it in a sort of a intuitive sense, they're jet engines that are running on natural gas that are used for power. Okay. And this is a substantial amount of power. There's a lot of turbines there that are running a lot of the time to essentially power the supercomputer, which demands, the electricity equivalent of several thousand homes at least. Okay. And so the real question has been well, combustion turbines are a source of major hazardous air pollutants, according to the Environmental Protection Agency. Okay. Which means what is burned off of those turbines when the gas is burned, what comes out is under federal regulation, it is an issue, and it is a contaminant of some kind, can be a contaminant of some kind. And so we asked the question at the Daily Memphian, well, are these properly permitted? Are these turbines properly permitted? And the answer we got at first was there are no permits. And then after we published the story, and you'll see this reflected in the story, the Greater Memphis Chamber, which I want to point out is not an environmental regulator, is not a regulatory agency in any way, is saying that the company was told they didn't need permits for this. So they don't need an emissions permit to run these natural gas turbines. This morning, I spoke to the Environmental Protection Agency, and you'll see a short story on the Daily Memphian shortly, that essentially is that for a year, these turbines can run and do not need an air emissions permit for the first year. And so really, our reporting was focusing on what is the environmental cost of running these turbines, which is significant, and also, are they following proper procedures? And it turns out the company has followed proper procedures and they're essentially using what is a loophole in federal regulation to run these things without an air emissions permit.
I find it fascinating that this is certainly something that Elon Musk and his companies are known to do. As you mentioned in the article, they like to get things going really fast. Once they decide on something, they go at it full strength, full speed right away. And I guess these gas turbines are just another version of that with XAI. I'm curious though, you said these are gas turbines powered by natural gas. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't natural gas like very clean?
I mean, very clean. I don't want to. I want to speak carefully. I'm not a scientist. Okay. First of all, I'm not a scientist. My degree is in journalism, and it was barely a degree. All right, so he's got a degree. But second, the burning of any sort of hydrocarbon is, and as the EPA has found, and these are the reasons these standards exist, right? And the EPA just rejected essentially a request from the American Petroleum Institute and others to get stationary combustion gas turbines off of the hazard air pollutant list. And the EPA was essentially said no this past year. That's what happened. And so, but to the broader point, natural gas is cleaner than coal. Okay. And so that has really been the buzzword. That has really been the talking point that's been used. Natural gas is certainly much cleaner than burning coal. It's certainly much cleaner for the environment if you were mass burning wood. Okay. Like in terms of what is coming off and what is what happens after you burn these things for energy, right? Because most of what we do in society to generate energy is to burn some sort of carbon intensive use for the most part. We do use nuclear energy. We do use hydroelectric dams and stuff like that. We do use solar. We do use batteries, right? But largely it is carbon-based sources, which is what humanity has used to power itself. And all of these sources have emissions, okay? Natural gas is certainly cleaner in most cases than coal, which, for a little bit of context, people who lived in the Mid-South a long time remember that there was the Allen fossil plant down at Pigeon Industrial Park down there, okay, which is very close to where XAI is. Now there is the Allen Combined Cycle Plant. The Allen Fossil Plant burned coal. The Allen Combined Cycle Plant burns natural gas, okay? Coal, that there is, a legacy of decades worth of coal down in Southwest Memphis. If you go to Southwest Memphis near the XAI facility, you will see truck after truck of the refuse of coal ash being trucked out of it, okay? And all that coal ash has a tremendous amount of unsafe chemicals in it, and absolutely. But natural gas also has its own pollutants and its own, issue of pollution. There's just one maybe cleaner than the other. Neither are particularly clean.
I see. Okay, I appreciate that explanation. So, where do we go from here? Because I understand that there are a lot of different players involved. You got the TVA, you got MLGW, you got the EPA, you got Shelby County, the city of Memphis. What's next in this whole process? Because there is that juxtaposition of you want Elon Musk and XAI to do extremely well here in Memphis in the Mid-South, but at the same time, you want to protect the environmental concerns, the water, the aquifer, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, what's happening is XAI, the city of Memphis, and Memphis Light Gas and Water are partnering. Doug McGowan, the CEO of MLG&W, confirmed that this weekend. We had reported at the Daily Memphian. Those three parties are partnering on a gray water plant, which is gonna potentially, if it gets built, curtail the amount of fresh water that's used for industrial coolant, not just by XAI, but for other businesses in the city, which means that, the city is in the MLG&W are going to be conserving a lot more of our freshwater resource, which is, right beneath our feet here, the Memphis Sand Aquifer. Shout out Memphis Sands Beer from Wiseacre. That's, one of the next things that's next, and that's a very positive thing potentially for the environment. Next, I mean, XAI has to connect to the Tennessee Valley Authority's grid. That requires TVA board approval because their electric load is so large. And that's probably going to happen, sometime in the next couple months. It could be a little later, but sometime in the next couple months. And until then, these gas turbines are going to continue to burn and power this supercomputer, which is among the most advanced pieces of technology in the world. There really isn't, at this point, it's pretty unlikely that anything's going to disrupt this project short of a natural disaster, short of something calamitous happening. Knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But that's essentially what's happening here. There isn't, I would say that there is no fork in the road of some approval that needs to be taken. XAI is here. It's just a matter of how the build out happens and what the environmental legacy of the build out turns out to be, which could be quite positive if a gray water plant comes online.
Gotcha. And going back to one of your earlier articles, not to divert too much away from the topic we're talking about, but you mentioned that you have a source that said if this goes well, in effect, that there might be other businesses or companies affiliated with Elon Musk that comes here to Memphis. Is that still the case?
Yeah, my colleague Sophia Surratt and I have been talking to someone familiar with the matter, someone, close to the company who's not authorized to speak publicly. I hope they're authorized to speak public soon. That'd be great. Yeah, the Musk controls a lot of private companies beyond Tesla, which is a publicly traded company. He controls a lot of private companies. And what I would say is that, that source is indicated to Sophia and I think, people in economic development in the city feel the same way, that there are potential other opportunities given the industrial land that Memphis has, for other Musk companies to come here. I haven't heard the door closed on that. I haven't heard the door cracked wide open either. It really just depends on, how things go. And, I can't pretend to be able to predict or have any good read on what very large private companies, are thinking in their decision-making process, but it's certainly a possibility and something that, could be looked forward to with some hope, I would imagine.
And on the flip side, Sam, we had a public meeting over the weekend that was trying to address all these concerns from the community, environmental, mainly the concerns. Is there, after that meeting, I know that Doug McGowan spoke, we covered it. Are those concerns still there? I mean, it seems like Doug McGowan tries to calm a lot of those concerns, but it seems like the same concerns keep on coming up over and over again.
Yeah, look, I think that's a great question. I think the way I would frame it is like I think a lot of these environmental concerns are going to persist until either the project doesn't exist there, or for example on the water, right, where people are concerned about how much water XAI could use, which XAI would potentially add about 1.3 million gallons of fresh water consumption from the aquifer when it's fully online and there's not a gray water plant available. Keep in mind that's out of 150 million that OG&W pumps every day, so it's not adding more than 1%. It's adding about 1% to the consumption of fresh water, which is still giant and significant. Don't get me wrong. But until there's a gray water plant, I think people are going to be concerned about the fresh water usage, right? Until those natural gas turbines go away, I think people are going to be concerned about the emissions from them and the burning of natural gas for them. Like those things are probably going to persist, it would seem. And then, when XAI joins fully TVA's grid and Memphis Light Gas and Water's distribution system, right? Because once that happens, it's then the attention is going to turn to the broader, not just for XAI, but in general, the broader concern of, well, how does TVA generate its electricity? How much does it rely on natural gas? How much does it rely on nuclear energy, hydroelectric dams? Can it get cleaner, right? So I think environmental concerns in the climate that we're in a warming planet that we face, they're always going to be there. And, beyond that, I don't know. I mean, people are probably likely going to always be suspicious of Elon Musk. He's a pretty polarizing individual. I think that's pretty fair to say. That's how I would describe it.
Gotcha. Well, Sam Hardiman, an enterprise and investigative journalist working for the Daily Memphian and dailymemphian.com. He covers local government, he covers politics, and a host of other stories. You need to read his column and his stories each and every morning on Daily Memphian because it is packed full of all kinds of interesting tidbits, information that's happening all around the city and the region. Anything else, Sam, before we let you go?
No, I hope everyone has a great week. Hope everyone enjoyed the great weather this weekend, and be safe out there.
All right, Sam Hardiman, we appreciate your conversation each and every time you come on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heavy downpours continue to shift across parts of the Mid-South here this morning. Be prepared for that as you're stepping out the door. The coverage of rain will begin to taper off a little bit as we head towards the latter half of the morning into the afternoon hours. And keep in mind, there's probably going to be a large temperature differential today because more clouds and rain to the north and east, south and west. Not as much rain, though a few passing showers. The heat begins to build underneath that ridge of high pressure that will be building in our direction as we head through the next couple of days. Highs in the 80s to the low 90s here today. Of course, the bulk of the rain tapering off after lunchtime. As we go into tonight, should be a fairly quiet one across the region, starting off with temperatures in the 70s, amid a mixture of clouds and sunshine to start off early Thursday morning, and then the heat builds in a big way. There might be a few isolated downpours during the afternoon, but of course the big story will be the heat building across the region, all thanks to a big ridge of high pressure that will be expanding over the deep south here the next couple of days. Of course, underneath that ridge of high pressure, you're going to have that sinking air that compresses and warms up, and it will warm up very efficiently as we head through the course of the day tomorrow. First alert weather day in effect for your Thursday, and the very least probably extend that out into your Friday as well as the heat stress cranks up. Highs in the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures though 110 plus in some instances as we head through that time frame. Here's a look at our first alert futurecast. When you look at it, breaking it down tomorrow, there could be an isolated shower or thunderstorm rumbling up during the course of the afternoon hours, but of course the bigger story will be the heat and humidity combination. That 95 operates more like 110 to 100 115 degrees. I think across eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, yeah, we're probably going to have some feels-like temperatures around 115 again going into your Thursday. Now, starting off early Friday morning as a weak boundary approaches us, we could kick up a quick shower or two north of the I-40 corridor as we head into early Friday morning. Some passing clouds, temperatures upper 70s to near 80 degrees early Friday morning. And yet again, we'll push the story forward on the heat and humidity combination. Middle 90s, again operating more like 110. A pop-up shower or thunderstorm to cool off one or two folks, but don't expect a lot of cooling relief there. There may be a little better chance for a shower or thunderstorm to emerge as we get into the overnight period of Friday and the Saturday as another front approaches the area, helping to kick up a few more shower and storm opportunities into your Saturday. Now, that front will help to usher in the drier air that will eventually take us into the early portions of next week, and depending on the timing of it. If the front comes through here later in the day on Saturday, I think the heat's still going to be pretty searing. If the heat is a little lower, it's going to be by way of the front swinging through earlier in the day. At any rate, there's still a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms on Saturday, depending on the timing of the front. Before that happens, though, it's definitely going to be hot and humid as we head through both Thursday and Friday. Again, we do have the first alert weather day in effect for Thursday for a FedEx St. Jude Championship Round 1 play. A lot of folks in town for that. We also will have the football jamborees for Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools coming up as well on Thursday and Friday for that matter. Those all kick off like 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. So those will also be impacted by the heat and humidity combination as we head through that time frame. With the heat cranking up yet again, check that First Alert forecast on the First Alert Weather app. Limit your time outdoors if you can. Of course, reschedule outdoor work if you can as well. If you can't, make sure you're taking plenty of breaks in the shade or indoors, and staying hydrated is key, and checking in on the elderly, children, and pets during this whole time frame. Here's a look at that extended forecast. Again, just plain old wet for your Wednesday, and the reasoning why, again, that boundary just sitting on top of us, that sets up for a wet go of things for the FedEx St. Jude Pro-Am Wednesday morning and into the afternoon hours. We'll start to see the coverage tapering off after lunchtime, but it may be too late at that point when it comes down to how much rainfall we see as we go through that time frame. Tomorrow, for the first round of play, rain chances are going to be pretty slim, maybe an isolated downpour here or there. Of course, the heat's going to be the bigger story, front facing for you, mid-90s, mostly to partly sunny skies. And of course, it feels like temperatures around 110 degrees during the course of the afternoon. Likely lean that into your Friday, even into Saturday in some instances. So keep an eye to the sky. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on the First Alert weather app, as well as the Action News 5 digital desk. Extend this out to the next 10 days. Beyond that front moving through the area Saturday into Sunday, some drier air moves in here. Some indications have us in the 80s for highs next week again. But right now we're going to hold around 90 degrees or so Monday through Wednesday or Thursday before we start to see the humidity levels start to creep back up slowly but surely. But I think another round of slightly drier air, not as dry as what we saw this past weekend, but at least some slightly drier air moving back into the fold after a wave of blistering heat to take us through the end of this week.
The August edition on newsstands right now, The City Guide, a big big issue, certainly, for Memphis Magazine, something that is available also on memphismagazine.com. Let's bring in the CEO and publisher, Anna Traverse, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Anna, it's been so long. It's great to have you. How have you been?
Great to see you, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me back on. And I'm delighted to talk about the August issue of the magazine. It's our annual city guide, so we put a lot of extra care into this one. It's pretty much our biggest issue of the year, so really a labor of love for our whole team.
I love the cover there. The cover is beautiful. Tell me a little bit about it, because I know a lot goes into the covers.
Sure. Yeah, this is a watercolor illustration that was created for us by a local artist named Carolyn Pollen. And Carolyn had actually sent in a letter to the editor in response to one of our history columns by Vance Lauderdale, and kind of got into a back and forth. And she ended up sharing some of her work, her watercolors, and we just loved the really handmade feeling of this illustration, obviously of Beale Street, and just it feels timeless to me. I think that's what I love about this cover. If you look at some of the details, there are some indications that it's actually from this decade. But I think from a distance, this could be a Memphis Magazine City Guide cover for almost any time in the last 50 years. And I love that about it. It just feels classic to me.
Yeah, I love it too. And with such a prominent issue like the City Guide, it's certainly appropriate. So let's dive in a little bit. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, sure. So this is really our annual guide to everything that is happening in Memphis, the characters who make Memphis what it is. So we go into detail on all different topics. This is the issue of the year where readers will find our annual list of the who's who of the Memphis area. So that's always an interesting process to put together as we think about who should be on the list each year. There are so many factors that we consider, and I'm sure if you poll 100 people, they would come up with a different list. And this is where we landed, but we're always happy to hear from readers with any suggestions. And yeah, I see y'all are flipping right now through maybe my favorite section that we did in this year's City Guide. It's called My Memphis. And this is a collection of spotlights that our team of writers compiled about some of the places in town that really make Memphis feel like home to us. So from, the small and large, but just thinking about if we haven't been in town in a while, or if we're trying to introduce a newcomer to Memphis, what is it that we point to? And I think everyone has such a different answer to that, but we talked about this question among our staff and came up with a list of places to spotlight that ranges from the Summer Avenue Drive-In to Overton Park, to the Crystal Shrine Grotto, and just everything in between. So lots of great writing there. Yeah, the Memphis Listening Lab over in Crosstown. Just the places that make Memphis feel like no other place.
I love it. I love it. And there's also, with a City Guide, some great focuses on sorry, I'm trying to pull this up, the dining list.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have the dining listings in many issues throughout the year, but we always make sure to make space for them in City Guide, since we hope that this is an issue of the magazine that readers will really keep on their coffee table stack for the whole year until the next one comes out, because there are so many great resources here. We also have a great article that Alex Green put together about the classical music scene in Memphis, which is really doing some interesting modern dynamic things. So I think that's really worth checking out. There's a great story in here by Abigail Morici about the stained glass windows at Claiborne Temple that is just fascinating and beautiful. And I should also draw attention to the Memphis History Quiz that our own Vance Lauderdale put together for readers to test their knowledge of local Memphis historical trivia. So that's a fun thing that we haven't done for a while, but I think readers will have some fun with.
I love it. I love it. Mine, I think, is still in the mail. Either that or I have someone at my house that's stolen my edition. So I can't wait to read it and really kind of, take some time flipping through it here. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Anna? This edition looks great.
Yeah. I mean, I should also mention that we have our annual college guide and education listings in here. So if you're, as you send the kids back to school, thinking about either their college plans or where they might be headed next year, we've got some resources for that. And also, we've got just a great calendar in here. We brought back our monthly calendar earlier in this calendar year, and we're just so happy to be able to provide that resource for readers of cultural events that are happening in Memphis throughout the month. So I would really encourage folks to turn to that. I know I sometimes hear from people who will say, there's so many resources out there for what's going on, but sometimes it's just overwhelming, and I totally get it. So we've got a nice, neat little 2-page calendar for you that just spotlights the maybe the most intriguing local events, gallery shows, etc. So a great resource there as well.
My wife and I say thank you for that, okay? Because there are so many times where it's like we're looking towards the weekend. We're like, what's going on this weekend? I don't know. What's happening? And then we can look and see every different thing from music to plays to concerts, whatever. It's great to see that all in one place aggregated.
Well, and sometimes it's too much. I mean, I don't know if you ever feel this way, but sometimes I'm like, I don't want 37 options. I want 2. So that's kind of where we're taking it.
I love it. I love it. And once again, for everybody, this is the latest edition of the Memphis Magazine, the August edition. And more importantly, it is the 2024 City Guide, one of the more prominent guides throughout the entire year for Memphis Magazine. Anna Traverse, really appreciate you on the digital desk. Thanks so very much, and have yourself a wonderful weekend.
Hey, thanks, Andrew. And hey, if you need a copy of this magazine, I know where I can find one.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There was a new survey. It was a national survey from Discover, and it said 80% of American consumers are anxious about their financial situation. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen this all across Memphis and the Mid-South time and again. Some of the factors involved: high inflation, everyday expenses, the economy, income, debt. Those are among the top stressors fueling the anxiety. Again, this is due to a national survey here from Discover. Financial stress is severe. Let's talk about ways to reduce that stress that we have so often in this economy and in this world that we live in. I'm joined right now by Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Dan, good morning to you. Tell me more about this national survey. I think it was your group that put it together.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. You mentioned the headline. 80% of Americans are feeling some level of financial anxiety. Perhaps not surprising, but it is certainly something we'd like to see come down over time. And unfortunately, that number has remained consistently high for the last 3 years. That 80% number is virtually the same result we've had for 3 years running. And at the top of the factors that are contributing to financial stress are high inflation and high everyday expenses, two things that are very closely associated with one another.
They certainly are. And where do you think, Dan, that people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, financial anxiety and making things worse? Where do people go wrong?
I think being unprepared is one thing. Ideally, everyone would have an emergency fund. But the other thing, if they're already in debt, is not believing that they can get out of it. So our survey found that 1/3 of Americans don't expect to ever get out of debt. And that's quite discouraging. I'm more of an optimist, and I believe that there's quite a bit that people can do, from making a budget, but also to potentially taking out a consolidation loan that might allow them to lower the rate that they're paying on their debt so they can get out of it faster.
Yes, I've heard that. That is a great idea and suggestion. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some ways to minimize that stress, that anxiety that we all have, or many of us have, I should say, around our financial situation, Dan.
Yeah, so we found that Gen Z, for example, 42% of them don't even want to look at their financial statements or their bank statements. That's not going to be a winning strategy. So you have to get out your bank statements and you have to start with a solid budget. You want to have a good understanding of everything that's coming in, of course, but also where it's going so that you can put those dollars to work as hard as they can for you. And if possible, eliminating expenses is going to allow you to allocate more of your hard-earned income towards paying down debt. That's the key. You got to put more towards debt so you can get out of debt faster.
So does that mean, I know some people out there that, they'll say, well, I have this huge car payment and I have this mortgage that I got to pay and I got 3 kids and they have their expenses. And so I need to take a second or a third job. I mean, what do you tell someone like that? We have thousands of people that watch here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dan, and they're probably wondering a little bit of the same. Where do we begin?
Yeah, I think that stress is understandable. It's been challenging. Incomes have not kept pace with the rising costs out there. And so you have to be prepared and you have to understand your options. That's what I tell people, is that they can do it. And they want to look at ways that they can reduce the cost of their debt and be prepared for anything that might come at them in an unexpected way. A water heater can go out at any minute. You have to have a plan so that you're ready to confront those things and not put yourself into a deeper hole.
Okay, so if we're doing bullet points right here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the top bullet point needs to be create a cash reserve account. And that's for any kind of emergencies out there. Take me through maybe 2 more or 3 more bullet points.
Yeah, so an emergency fund is going to give you that cushion for when something comes. That's the top of the list. The next thing is to make a budget. There's so many different budgeting strategies out there, and there's different ways to go about it. But look up the one that you feel most comfortable with, pull out a pencil and paper, and understand each line item of your personal balance sheet. The next thing is to look for opportunities within that budget to allocate more money towards debt. And then the last thing I would say is to look for opportunities to reduce the interest rate you're paying on any debt. A consolidation loan is a great way to potentially get that win.
I like it. These are tangible options for our audience out there to start reducing debt and reducing that financial anxiety. Anything else you want to mention, Dan, before we let you go that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, what I would say is that when you're choosing a provider for a personal loan, you want to make sure that you pick one with no origination fee. An origination fee erodes how much of the cash from that loan you get in your pocket that you could put towards debt payments. And so if you took out a $20,000 loan and it had an origination fee, you might only get $18,000 in your pocket, but you'd be tasked with paying back the full $20,000. So look for a provider that's going to offer a loan with no origination fee. Discover Personal Loans is proud to offer such a product, and your audience can check their rate without any impact to their credit score at discoverpersonalloans.com.
DiscoverPersonalLoans.com. Managing debt, reducing financial anxiety. Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans. Really appreciate the tangible options that you gave us here. Great news you can use. Thanks so very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and living with eczema. If you have it, or perhaps you have a family member that does, it can be so difficult and so very frustrating for those caught in that relentless cycle of chasing flares and the redness and the itchiness and the rashes that occur. And they can occur anywhere all over the body. The good news is there is a brand new once daily steroid-free cream that can really help manage and help control eczema so you can enjoy your summer and all throughout the year, all the months throughout the year. Let's bring in a board-certified dermatologist to talk about this new once daily cream. I'm joined now by Dr. Adam Friedman. He is on the Digital Desk, and Doctor, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about this issue and not only the issue of eczema, living with it and some of the difficulties, but this new breakthrough. Good morning.
Good morning. No, thanks so much for having me here. And you teed it up perfectly. You know, this is one of the most common chronic relapsing inflammatory skin diseases that also commonly imparts a horrific impact on quality of life and also skin. And to your point that it can occur anywhere on the body and the spectrum of clinical presentations is so diverse, making the right diagnosis can be a challenge. And so for me, one of the helpful clues when trying to distinguish this from other things, the itch of atopic dermatitis really stands out as an itch that feels amazing to scratch, but not so amazing because that scratching will actually make the condition worse, but also add a level of ostracism because people will say, well, just don't scratch, you'll get better. And that's absolutely not true. And that actually adds to the burden of disease by saying something like that. So that's why I've partnered with Arcutis to really raise awareness about the condition, but also to your point, talk about new options that can really get this under control.
Okay, so let's talk about that, Doctor, because we know that the summer months, that's kind of when a lot of people that live with eczema, those that condition tends to flare up, doesn't it?
It can, you know, so the physical heat, which we've had plenty of, the sweating that ensues, but also products we use to protect ourselves from the sun and from bugs. All of those can uniquely worsen active disease or even wake it up to begin with. But this is a year-round problem. Different elements, different environmental factors can trigger this. So patients are worrying about the next flare even during a flare, which absolutely sounds horrible. That's a really horrible way to live in terms of foreseeing when this is even going to get worse. And the summer can certainly do that.
So let's talk about ways that people can care for their skin if they have eczema throughout the year, whether it's winter, summer, spring, fall, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so there's some basic rules that apply year-round for everyone. First is limit soap use and make sure you're using a soap that is meant for someone with eczema. Actually, we'll say it on the bottle. More importantly, apply a moisturizer to damp skin, to trap water into the skin, as dry skin is a central piece of this condition, and your skin needs a little bit of water in there for it to make itself correctly. Now, these are great, but often don't cut it. And that's where FDA-approved medications, whether it be topical or even systemic, meaning they work from the inside out, can be extraordinarily impactful. And the most recent one that was just approved is called Zoryve or Roflumilast, 0.15% cream that is indicated for once-a-day use for mild to moderate eczema for those 6 and up. And remember, this affects so many ages. It's important to have options that can be used across that spectrum.
Where can people go to learn more information about this new medication, maybe some of the side effects? Are there any, by the way, and where can they go?
Yeah, so first off, easy answer. You can go to Zoryve, ZORYVE.com for more information about the medication and atopic dermatitis. In terms of safety, overall, very well tolerated. The most common side effects included headache, nausea, and site application pain, but this only occurred in roughly a few % of those studied, and we're talking about a study over 1,000 people in number. So when you have a study that size, it gives you a lot of confidence about the data with respect to how a drug will behave in individuals suffering with this condition.
Anything else, Dr. Freeman, you'd like to mention with regards to living with eczema, how to take care of your skin, this new medication? Anything else?
Yeah, I think this is the era of eczema. Just 10, 15 years ago, we had very limited options, and now there's so much attention being paid to this condition. Also, it's important to note that someone suffering eczema is not on their own island. This condition can affect the entire family because of its impact on sleep, school, job, you name it. So getting it under control and maintaining that control is of the utmost importance for everyone.
Okay, Dr. Adam Freeman, board-certified dermatologist, we appreciate your time. Thank you for illuminating us to some of the new treatments for eczema and best practices. We appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heavy downpours continue to shift across parts of the Mid-South here this morning. Be prepared for that as you're stepping out the door. The coverage of rain will begin to taper off a little bit as we head towards the latter half of the morning into the afternoon hours. So keep in mind there's probably going to be a large temperature differential today because more clouds and rain to the north and east, south and west. Not as much rain, though a few passing showers. The heat begins to build underneath that ridge of high pressure that will be building in our direction as we head through the next couple of days. Highs in the 80s to low 90s here today. Of course, the bulk of the rain tapering off after lunchtime. As we go into tonight, should be a fairly quiet one across the region, starting off with temperatures in the 70s, amid a mixture of clouds and sunshine to start off early Thursday morning, and then the heat builds in a big way. There might be a few isolated downpours during the afternoon, but of course the big story will be the heat building across the region, all thanks to a big ridge of high pressure that will be expanding over the deep south here the next couple of days. Of course, underneath that ridge of high pressure, you're going to have that sinking air that compresses and warms up, and it will warm up very efficiently as we head through the course of the day tomorrow. First alert weather day in effect for your Thursday, and at the very least probably extend that out into your Friday as well as the heat stress cranks up. Highs in the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures though 110 plus in some instances as we head through that time frame. Here's a look at our first alert futurecast. When you look at it, breaking it down tomorrow, there could be an isolated shower or thunderstorm rumbling up during the course of the afternoon hours. showers, but of course the bigger story will be the heat and humidity combination. That 95 operates more like 110 to 115 degrees. I think across eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, yeah, we're probably going to have some feels like temperatures around 115 again going into your Thursday. Now, starting off early Friday morning as a weak boundary approaches us, we could kick up a quick shower or two north of the I-40 corridor as we head into early Friday morning. Some passing clouds, temperatures upper 70s to near 80 degrees early Friday morning. And yet again, we'll push the story forward on the heat and humidity combination. Middle 90s, again operating more like 110. A pop-up shower or thunderstorm to cool off one or two folks, but don't expect a lot of cooling relief there. There may be a little better chance for a shower or thunderstorm to emerge as we get into the overnight period of Friday into Saturday as another front approaches the area, helping to kick up a few more shower and storm opportunities into your Saturday. Now, that front will help to usher in the drier air that will eventually take us into the early portions of next week, and depending on the timing of it. If the front comes through here later in the day on Saturday, I think the heat's still going to be pretty searing. If the heat is a little lower, it's going to be by way of the front swinging through earlier in the day. At any rate, there's still a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms on Saturday, depending on the timing of the front. Before that happens, though, it's definitely going to be hot and humid as we head through both Thursday and Friday. Again, we do have the first alert weather day in effect for Thursday for a FedEx St. Jude Championship Round 1 play. A lot of folks in town for that. We also will have the football jamborees for Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools coming up as well on Thursday and Friday for that matter. Those all kick off like 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. So those will also be impacted by the heat and humidity combination as we head through that time frame. With the heat cranking up yet again, check that First Alert forecast on the First Alert weather app. Limit your time outdoors if you can. Of course, reschedule outdoor work if you can as well. If you can't, make sure you're taking plenty of breaks in the shade or indoors, and staying hydrated is key, and checking in on the elderly, children, and pets during this whole time frame. Here's a look at that extended forecast. Again, just plain old wet for your Wednesday, and the reasoning why, again, that boundary just sitting on top of us, that sets up for a wet go of things for the FedEx St. Jude Pro-Am Wednesday morning and into the afternoon hours. We'll start to see the coverage tapering off after lunchtime, but it may be too late at that point when it comes down to how much rainfall we see as we go through that time frame. Tomorrow, for the first round of play, rain chances are going to be pretty slim, maybe an isolated downpour here or there. Of course, the heat's going to be the bigger story, front facing for you, mid-90s, mostly to partly sunny skies. And of course, it feels like temperatures around 110 degrees during the course of the afternoon. Likely lean that into your Friday, even into Saturday in some instances. So keep an eye to the sky. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on the First Alert weather app as well as the Action News 5 digital desk. Extend this out to the next 10 days. Beyond that front moving through the area Saturday into Sunday, some drier air moves in here. Some indications have us in the 80s for highs next week again. But right now we're going to hold around 90 degrees or so Monday through Wednesday or Thursday before we start to see the humidity levels start to creep back up slowly but surely. But I think another round of slightly drier air, not as dry as what we saw this past weekend, but at least some slightly drier air moving back into the fold after a wave of blistering heat to take us through the end of this week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a live look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis facing downtown Memphis. You can see it's dark and cloudy. If you look at our downtown camera, it's nasty out. Boy, it is raining and just a soaker out there. Certainly dark and gloomy outside Memphis and parts of the Mid-South, but you know what? It's bright and sunny here at the Action News 5 digital desk because we have Jennifer Chandler joining us food reporter, Daily Memphian, always talking about food. And as you always say, Jennifer, we are a foodie town, a foodie community, and we love to talk about some of the great places to go out and eat, and specifically what to order when we go out to eat. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, everything we're going to talk about today, all the places, actually, they do have patios, but for today, they have indoor dining when the weather's bad and rainy.
One thing, there is something wrong with your audio. It's something that we may need to take a break and then restart some things. So I'm going to take a short break here, and we can square this away and come back in about a minute. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We're going to try this again because we have an amazing interview, as always. Anytime Jennifer Chandler joins us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, food reporter, Daily Memphian. We love food here all across Memphis and the Mid-South. We are a foodie community. And today, Jennifer is going to be talking about what to eat when we go out to these amazing restaurants that we have all across the Mid-South. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I have started a weekly column called What to Order, and you can kind of think about it as a review, but it's not really a review. It's actually my dream job. I get to share with you the favorite bites I've had recently at Memphis's great restaurants, and I've been having a lot of fun with it, and I've had a lot of great meals, and I've had to go to the gym a lot to counteract all these great meals because there's so much good food
You know
to be
what?
had.
You are so awesome, Jennifer, and you know I love you, but for some reason there's an audio issue right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work on some things here, and we're gonna take a quick break. And I hate to do this to you, but if you can give me just a few minutes, we're going to try and restart some things because for some reason your audio is not where it needs to be. We want to hear exactly what you have to say. So bear with me, Jennifer. We'll be right back on Action News 5. Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. The best food reporter in Memphis is one Jennifer Chandler. She is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. We are such a foodie town, Jennifer, and man, we love to hear what you have to say when it comes to some of the places we love to go and frequent and what to order when we frequent those places. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. Thanks for having me today.
Oh my gosh, you sound amazing. Please continue.
So I have a new column that I have started doing, and I'm having so much fun with it. It's called What to Order. And you can kind of think about it kind of like a review, but it's really not a review. It's so much more fun than that. I get to share some of the favorite things I've eaten recently at Memphis restaurants. And I am having so much fun doing this and dining out and trying to experience all the great food that Memphis has to offer. And I would love to tell you about 3 places that I've been to recently and what I think you should order when you go there. Are you ready?
I love this segment. What to order when you go out. Let's hit it.
So we're going to start downtown and head east. So tucked away in the Edge District of downtown Memphis is a restaurant called Jim Dining. And it's not Jim with the G or J-I-M. It is J-E-M. And it stands for Just Enjoy the Moment. And it's also an acronym for the initials of the owners, Josh and Emily Muchnick. And this restaurant opened in April this year, and it is just so wonderful. And this dish you're looking at right here is their stuffed matzo ball stuffed chicken. And I have to tell you, I will rarely tell you to order chicken at a restaurant unless it is absolutely a fabulous dish, because I feel like chicken is something that most of us can cook at home. And I'm always looking for things that are different and things that I can't make at home. And this dish is just such an example. And the restaurant there is kind of upscale, casual. It has a comfortable vibe. The service is great. But Josh has been classically French trained. He's worked for, if you look at his resume, it is like the who's of restaurateurs that he has worked for in other cities. He is got a wealth of knowledge, and this dish is what I call a perfect example of him taking a classic dish, traditional French dish, and giving it its own unique spin. So what he does is the stuffing is actually what in French terms is called a farce, which is a stuffing not made with bread, but it's actually made with meat. So in this case, chicken. And so he takes chicken thighs, he debones them, he grinds up chicken, and instead of adding bread stuffing, he adds matzah, and he adds the seasoning that you would get if you were making a matzo ball, and creates this fabulous stuffing. He stuffs the chicken, wraps it back up, and then he cooks it sous vide, which is in a water bath. So when you go to cut into this chicken, it is like fork tender and juicy. It is not dry in the least. So flavorful. And right before he serves it, he roasts it. He puts it back in the oven and he roasts it. So the skin is nice and crispy. It is just, every bite is perfect. And what makes it even better, I don't know if you can tell, in the back of the picture you see right there is a little pitcher that has a chicken jus or a chicken sauce that you can kind of pour just the amount of sauce so that your chicken that skin doesn't get crispy while it's sitting in a sauce. It's like perfect. And it comes with smashed potatoes that are crispy. And there's those mustard seeds that kind of like, there's a tanginess to those that kind of cut through the richness of the dish. And it's just pretty darn fabulous. It's pretty good. Have you been there yet?
I haven't. When did it open?
It opened in April.
Okay.
So it's not been there very long at all.
That picture's amazing.
Yes. And I will also just give a few shout outs. We started with 2 of the appetizers. He does, one of the things he likes to do is take traditional dishes and give them kind of unique international spins based on his travels. And so he has arancini balls, the risotto rice balls that are fried. It's a traditional Italian dish, but he makes homemade kimchi and he has that in there. And so they actually makes for a lighter, tangier, in a good way, bite of an arancini ball. He's originally from Mobile, Alabama, so he has a Gulf shrimp and crab spinach dip starter on the menu, and it is so good. I wish he would sell it like as a take and bake item, so I could serve it
Sounds
at a party.
amazing. Amazing.
And save room for dessert. Fabulous chocolate cake.
Yum.
Okay, so we're gonna move from downtown area to Midtown to the Brooks Museum. So Christina McCarter, that you see her in this picture, she is the founder of Feast and Graze. And so they have taken over the cafe in the Brooks, I guess for about a year, not quite a year now. And they traditionally just serve breakfast and lunch, or more like lunch. And they decided to, on Sundays for the month of August, to do a series called Toast and Jams. And what she does, she's known for her kind of open-faced toast sandwiches. So that's what she's focused on the menu. And here's the interesting thing. There are no eggs on this brunch menu. There's everything else you would expect at a brunch. There's brunch cocktails. There is, hash. There is all the good stuff you would want, but there are no eggs. She said that she really wanted to focus on doing what she does best. And so my favorite thing that I had the day I went was, she calls it the Cristo-ish. And so it is her play on a Monte Cristo sandwich, but it's on a croissant, and it's got Black Forest ham, and it's got the cheese. And then she makes a spicy fig jam that is used as the condiment for it. Usually it's served with like a raspberry, Monte Cristo is served with a raspberry jam is what I've always seen it served with. But this spicy fig jam is so good. And she dusts it with powdered sugar, and it's just a fun little sandwich. And one of the things that they're doing during this, the jams, it's not just because she's making her homemade jams on some of these sandwiches, but they actually have a DJ in the rotunda of the museum that's playing. So there's music playing, and what you can do is you can go have brunch, and then you can go wander around the museum. And I think it's like the perfect way to spend a Sunday afternoon. This was a trial run for the month of August, so I'm hopeful that they will continue it into the fall, because I just think it's a nice way to spend a Sunday.
Yes.
So moving on to the last place I wanted to mention, this is all the way out in Germantown, Blue Honey Bistro. And I just described Blue Honey Bistro as this little gem. I forgot to look up how many tables they have and seats they have in there, but this restaurant is tiny. It is tucked away in a shopping center at Forest Hill, Irene, and Poplar. And it is just a gem of a restaurant. You can see in this picture, these are their owners, Drew and Courtney Bryan. They are the epitome of the quintessential host of a restaurant. They pay so much attention to detail. The restaurant is so welcoming, and the food will blow you away. So one of the things when you go there that you need to start with, and one of their signature items that never goes, their menu kind of changes regularly, is their mushroom toast. I think it's called Mushrooms and Toast is the official name of it. And it's a dish. This was such a cute story that Courtney was telling me that they had it at a restaurant on their travels like years and years ago when Drew was working for other restaurants. And she was like, you need to put this on a menu. And he was like, I'm only going to do it when I have my own place. And so he saved the dish. And now that he has his own place, it's been open for a couple of years. This has become their signature item that won't ever go away, because one tastes so good and it's such a popular fan favorite, but it means so much to the couple. But what he does is he takes mushrooms that are sourced locally from Bluff City Fungi and does a mixture, and they're sauteed and they're served over a piece of ciabatta bread, and they're just perfectly seasoned. There is a runny egg in the middle. I mean, it is so, so good. And I like to, when I order it, because it's fairly large. So when I go, I like to share it for the table. I always ask for a steak knife, and I cut it into, 4 pieces, and we each have it as an appetizer with like a salad. And it's just a great way to start a meal there. But for the entrees, one of the things that I always say when you go there is just try the fish. Drew is a master when it comes to cooking with fish. And what I love about it is he's sourcing great fish and having it flown in. And then what he does is he just cooks it simply and lets the fish stand on its own. It's always perfectly cooked with a nice sear. but whatever he is putting in the bottom is usually a standout as well. A night I went recently, he had this delicious farro risotto, and farro is a whole grain that's got this nutty kind of texture, and he cooked it like risotto, and it had vegetables in it, and there was a beurre blanc sauce that brought it all together, and it was light and refreshing and filling and delicious, and it was just, the whole thing was perfect. It was so good. And this is another place too, I will say, save room for dessert. They have a lot of good things for dessert on the menu, but one item like the mushrooms and toast, another item that will never change and stays on the menu here is their chocolate fondant cake. And it is basically a perfectly cooked molten chocolate little cake, you know, like an oversized cupcake kind of size, but it sits on a bed of bruleed homemade marshmallow cream. And that's on one side of the plate. And then on the other side of the plate is their homemade gelato, that is just this caramel gelato that is just to die for on its own. And it has like this kind of praline nut mixture, cashew nut mixture going on with it, and caramel sauce. And it's just really, really, really good. Very, very delicious. And I think I just said it was caramel ice cream. It is vanilla ice cream with caramel sauce.
Amazing. I've been there before. It's so unassuming too. I mean, it's in the middle of like a strip plaza right there, in the same one as Mellow Mushroom and some others. But wow, it just blows you away each and every time. That is, it's so small too. I thought they were expanding. Are they expanding?
They were going to expand. They had closed for a large part of this year with the intent on expanding. And I don't know really what happened there, but they ended up deciding to keep their original footprint. So they are still in the small footprint and not growing at this point. But I kind of wish they would. I would always say if you want to go there, you might want to call and make a reservation because the restaurant is so small. But it is worth waiting for sure.
Yes, outstanding indeed. I love this, and I love the segment and what to order when you go eat out. It sounds fantastic. Jennifer, anything else before we let you go?
I'll give you a little bit of food news that came out this week. Bayou Bar and Grill in Overton Square has new owners. That is probably the longest running restaurant I didn't confirm that, but that from my memory, in Overton Square. It's been open since the 90s, over 30 years, almost 40 years, actually. I think it was 37. And longtime owners, Bill and Carla Baker, who have run it for 30 years, have sold it. And it has been bought by Crosby Keltner, who is a restaurateur that is from Memphis, went to Nashville and moved back. And two longtime managers, Amara Jameson and Tyler Hamilton. So I think it's going to be a great mixture of people to move this restaurant that is so loved by Memphians into its next chapter. So I'm excited about that. Few closings to announce. New Wing Order, that great food truck that has won many, many awards, has closed. Hopefully it will come back in another format somehow. The owner, Jesse McDonald, said he has plans to bring back that brand somehow. So keep your fingers crossed on that one.
Okay, Jennifer Chandler, always giving us an update in the scoop and what to eat and what to order when we eat out. Jennifer, thank you so much. Always appreciate our conversations.
Thanks for having me.
You got it. All right, another live look from a crummy and nasty day as we look outside from our High Five camera. It's 77 degrees. We'll be talking about the forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heavy downpours continue to shift across parts of the Mid-South here this morning. Be prepared for that as you're stepping out the door. The coverage of rain will begin to taper off a little bit as we head towards the latter half of the morning into the afternoon hours. So keep in mind there's probably going to be a large temperature differential today because more clouds and rain to the north and east, south and west. Not as much rain, though a few passing showers. The heat begins to build underneath that ridge of high pressure that will be building in our direction as we head through the next couple of days. Highs in the 80s to low 90s here today. Of course, the bulk of the rain tapering off after lunchtime. As we go into tonight, should be a fairly quiet one across the region, starting off with temperatures in the 70s, amid a mixture of clouds and sunshine to start off early Thursday morning, and then the heat builds in a big way. There might be a few isolated downpours during the afternoon, but of course the big story will be the heat building across the region, all thanks to a big ridge of high pressure that will be expanding over the deep south here the next couple of days. Of course, underneath that ridge of high pressure, you're going to have that sinking air that compresses and warms up, and it will warm up very efficiently as we head through the course of the day tomorrow. First alert weather day in effect for your Thursday, and at the very least probably extend that out into your Friday as well as the heat stress cranks up. Highs in the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures though 110 plus in some instances as we head through that time frame. Here's a look at our first alert futurecast. When you look at it, breaking it down tomorrow, there could be an isolated shower or thunderstorm rumbling up during the course of the afternoon hours, but of course the bigger story will be the heat and humidity combination. That 95 operates more like 110 to 115 degrees. I think across eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, yeah, we're probably going to have some feels like temperatures around 115 again going into your Thursday. Now, starting off early Friday morning as a weak boundary approaches us, we could kick up a quick shower or two north of the I-40 corridor as we head into early Friday morning. Some passing clouds, temperatures upper 70s to near 80 degrees early Friday morning. And yet again, we'll push the story forward on the heat and humidity combination. Middle 90s, again operating more like 110. A pop-up shower or thunderstorm to cool off one or two folks, but don't expect a lot of cooling relief there. There may be a little better chance for a shower or thunderstorm to emerge as we get into the overnight period of Friday and the Saturday as another front approaches the area, helping to kick up a few more shower and storm opportunities into your Saturday. Now, that front will help to usher in the drier air that will eventually take us into the early portions of next week, and depending on the timing of it. If the front comes through here later in the day on Saturday, I think the heat's still going to be pretty searing. If the heat is a little lower, it's going to be by way of the front swinging through earlier in the day. At any rate, there's still a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms on Saturday, depending on the timing of the front. Before that happens, though, it's definitely going to be hot and humid as we head through both Thursday and Friday. Again, we do have the first alert weather day in effect for Thursday for a FedEx St. Jude Championship Round 1 play. A lot of folks in town for that. We also will have the football jamborees for Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools coming up as well on Thursday and Friday for that matter. Those all kick off like 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. So those will also be impacted by the heat and humidity combination as we head through that time frame. With the heat cranking up yet again, check that first alert forecast on the First Alert Weather app. Limit your time outdoors if you can. Of course, reschedule outdoor work if you can as well. If you can't, make sure you're taking plenty of breaks in the shade or indoors, and staying hydrated is key, and checking in on the elderly, children, and pets during this whole time frame. Here's a look at that extended forecast. Again, just plain old wet for your Wednesday, and the reasoning why, again, that boundary just sitting on top of us, that sets up for a wet go of things for the FedEx St. Jude Pro-Am Wednesday morning and into the afternoon hours. We'll start to see the coverage tapering off after lunchtime, but it may be too late at that point when it comes down to how much rainfall we see as we go through that time frame. Tomorrow for the first round of play, rain chances are going to be pretty slim, maybe an isolated downpour here or there. Of course, the heat's going to be the bigger story, front facing for you, mid-90s, mostly to partly sunny skies. And of course, it feels like temperatures around 110 degrees during the course of the afternoon. Likely lean that into your Friday, even into Saturday in some instances. So keep an eye to the sky. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on the First Alert weather app as well as the Action News 5 digital desk. Extend this out to the next 10 days. Beyond that front moving through the area Saturday into Sunday, some drier air moves in here. Some indications have us in the 80s for highs next week again. But right now we're going to hold around 90 degrees or so Monday through Wednesday or Thursday before we start to see the humidity levels start to creep back up slowly but surely. But I think another round of slightly drier air, not as dry as what we saw this past weekend, but at least some slightly drier air moving back into the fold after a wave of blistering heat to take us through the end of this week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. 80% of the world's oceans remain unexplored, and OceanX is a non-profit organization trying to uncover the secrets of leveraging the Ocean Explorer, which is billing itself as the most technically advanced exploration, scientific, and media production vessel ever built. And I want to learn more about this vessel because it sounds fascinating. There's a 6-part series that's been done on or with this vessel. I'm joined right now by Maddie Rodriguez from OceanX and Eric Stackpole, ocean technology innovator. They're here to talk about the vessel and reveal some of the latest adventures and scientific breakthroughs. Good morning to you both. Let's begin and talk a little bit first off about the Ocean Explorer, what it is, and what you guys have been doing over the last several months. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, no, it's so great to be here. Thanks for having us. So I'm currently on board Ocean Explorer actually at the moment, coming to you live from Indonesia across the world. And Ocean Explorer truly is the most advanced research and media platform ever built. We combine cutting edge technology to explore the most remote parts of this planet, the deep ocean, with captivating and compelling media, Hollywood production caliber media capabilities to not only do the science, conduct the research, make the discoveries, explore the oceans, but bring all of that discovery and exploration and research back to the world through compelling and captivating media.
That sounds amazing. I love it. I'm fascinated by it. And I'll just leave these questions up to you guys, and then you guys kind of figure out who should answer it best. But I understand you guys have been doing a lot of explorations and a lot of discoveries. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the more recent expeditions, what you've discovered that would be fascinating to our audience here?
Yeah, absolutely. So OceanX and Ocean Explorer travel all over the world, working with partners in the countries that we visit to explore and make discoveries. And we work on scientific research in the deep sea and also in coastal ecosystems and try to understand the connection between the two. Probably one of the most exciting projects we did in recent memory on board was actually the 6-part docuseries Ocean Explorer. So those were real expeditions that we actually undertook on board the ship. And Eric, maybe you can say a little bit about those and the excitement around those.
Yeah, sure. I was an honor to be a part of this. I'm one of the 4 explorers on this show, and I'm not an actor. I'm just a nerd. Honestly, I come from Silicon Valley, and I built my career on designing tech gadgets that are used to explore the deep. So when they gave me the call, hey, James Cameron's producing this show about exploration. They want to feature not just the natural history, but also show the people who are part of how exploration is done. I couldn't say no. We took the ship from the Caribbean up through the Azores, all the way into the Arctic. We got within 500 miles of the North Pole. And we filmed all these different things along the way. Each episode is going to be showing a new mission, a new thing that we were doing with scientists to try to uncover the unknown. And I'm so excited for it to be finally airing after years of production. It's going to be coming out this Sunday and then Monday on Disney Plus.
Okay, so Disney Plus. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
So I mentioned on the top that 80% of the ocean remains unknown. And I know that there's always a curiosity out there as explorers to just kind of figure out what is in that 80%, what we can gain from all of that. How does Ocean Explorer contribute to that mission?
Absolutely. I mean, that is the core of our mission, to discover the world's oceans and bring that discovery back to the world. So 80% of the world's ocean remains unexplored. And actually, we know less about our own planet than we do about the surface of the moon, for example. So this place that we live and this ocean that really sustains all life on Earth, we know very little about. And so on Ocean Explorer, we have technology that can take us to the deepest parts of the ocean, remotely operated robots that can go to almost 20,000 feet, dive and take video and collect samples to characterize environments, but also combining that with human-occupied submersibles to bring humans down into the environments to see the animals in their natural habitat, to avoid damaging animals by bringing them up to the surface, using other types of sampling methods to really get in there and see what's going on. it's so important because the ocean is what sustains us, and it is our very livelihood. 50% of the air that we breathe, we can thank the ocean for. And to know such little information about something so critical is something that we're trying to change. And through the media element of this, it's the only way. I mean, scientific discovery is great, and I'm a scientist, and we write papers, but they only go so far if you don't actually tell the public, tell the general public, audiences across the globe what's actually going on. So yeah, and hopefully they'll care and be inspired as well.
You guys have been working on this for months and months and months, and finally it's going to air here in a 6-part series. I don't want you to give away the farm, but can you tell me maybe some of the biggest surprises to each one of you? Maybe the biggest surprise that you had during this whole process?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, for me, I think that it really had to do with seeing things in new ways. You know, we in the Caribbean, we're looking at humpback whales, and I liken it kind of like, you know, you hear that there's this creature called a dog, and it has 4 legs, and it does this thing called barking. But then when you meet a dog, you realize there's so much more there, right? And these animals that are in the ocean are the same way. We hear about them and read about them, and that's kind of what most of us know. But when you go out and actually spend time interacting with them, you realize there's so much more than what meets the eye, at least at the beginning. And I hope that by watching this series, people are going to be able to connect with this majority of our planet that we've never seen before. It definitely changed the way I think of what it means to be a living creature on planet Earth.
Maddie, can you weigh in on what the most surprising element was to you?
Absolutely. For me, I've been studying the ocean for most of my adult life now, and I still see new things every time I dive in the deep. Every time I look in the deep, I see things that no one else has ever seen before. So every day is a surprise and every day is an adventure. But my favorite was probably when we were up in the Arctic and we were studying polar bears and bowhead whales, and we were trying to understand its complex ecosystem that was rapidly changing in front of our very eyes. And so then not only was it this great sense of wonder and curiosity and trying to see what was around the corner in the depths, but also this sense of urgency because we were seeing everything change right in front of us and trying to understand it before it changed past a point that we couldn't understand it any longer. So for me, that was definitely a highlight.
It's also a highlight just talking to you guys across the world here, Indonesia, among other places. Tell me, you know, because it's fascinating to me to just hear you guys talk about it. I can tell you're excited. You guys have been working on this for months and months and months. You've explored some areas where really no humans have gone, if ever, but certainly on a regular basis. How do you hope this voyage and the work that you're doing right now ignites other explorers in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely remember being a kid and watching shows like this, and it was inspiring. It was like, oh my God, the whole world is out there. It's just waiting to be seen. As someone who's really interested in technology, I think we're living in an incredible time where, you know, cameras and remote internet connection and, you know, all these different ways of processing the information that we're seeing are uncovering a new realm of exploration capability. For the first time, we can let the rest of the world see the rest of the world. It's almost like a science fiction movie where, you know, the dominant species on a planet has spent most of its life in a small corner of where life can exist. So this is an extremely exciting time to be an explorer, and I hope people will be inspired to go take their own look for it, because there is an infinite abundance of things to discover.
Absolutely, and I agree with Eric. When I was a little kid, I grew up in Arizona. I grew up in a landlocked state, and I still remember the first time I went to the ocean and saw the ocean. The first time I touched it, the first time I smelled it. I remember the first time I met a marine biologist, and as a little kid learned that that was something I could be and do. And I've been really lucky to be on the path and be where I am today, because now it's time for me, I feel, to give back, and through this show and through, you know, that little kid out there that doesn't see the ocean in their backyard every day, but is curious and wants to explore. inspiring that little kid, and hopefully they can see themselves in this production, in this series, and in the work that we do. That would mean everything.
Well, Maddie and Eric, congratulations on your success here. I mean, you're partnering with National Geographic, James Cameron, the BBC. You've created this 6-part series here, Ocean Explorers. Fantastic news. Thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk and letting our audience know exactly where they can find this 6-part series and what you guys are doing. It's amazing work, and hats off to you both. Anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
No, I think if anybody's interested in learning more, they can go to oceanx.org and they can find the world of exploration at their fingertips.
Eric, anything?
I would just say that, tune into our show because we're going to be showing some things that will blow people's minds. So remember, National Geographic television on Sunday the 18th, and then Disney Plus and Hulu streaming on Monday the 19th. Don't miss it.
Okay, Eric and Maddie, thank you once again. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Approximately 2 million Americans live with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. It's a condition that causes dry, itchy, scaly patches to form across the skin. I want to bring in a couple of people to talk about the impact of plaque psoriasis on patients' lives and how they can celebrate their inner strength, navigate conversations with their doctor to feel more empowered when it comes to finding treatment that will be right for them. Nikita Chopra, she is a chronic illness advocate, and Dr. James Lebecko, a dermatologist. And Dr. James, let's begin with you. Can you briefly describe what plaque psoriasis is and how it infects people in different ways? Good morning.
Proud to partner with Bristol Myers Squibb and the So Have You Found It campaign to help empower people and educate them on psoriasis, which is a chronic inflammatory condition driven by an overactive immune system, driving that thickening and scaling, redness, and plaques and patches across the skin, classically involving the back of the scalp, the elbows, the knees, although really can be anywhere on the body, classically beginning in the early adult period, although it can occur at any point really through life.
So how do people prepare for a conversation to have with their dermatologist about this condition and to find the proper treatment for them?
Yeah, that's really why we're here. Is patients should be aware that we are here to help them, and patients are often a little bit alone or feeling like they don't know what to ask about or seek when they're talking about their psoriasis. So the So Have You Found It campaign built a website, sohaveyoufoundit.com, that provides scripts and questionnaires and provides information for patients to be able to really be better informed and having the right questions to ask their dermatologist when they come in for those visits.
Okay, and Nikita, over to you now. I understand you are someone living with plaque psoriasis, and now you're an advocate for not only others, but for yourself when it comes to various treatments. Can you maybe give us some advice for all those people out there that have plaque psoriasis and are unsure of the best methods to get the best treatment?
Sure. Yeah. I was diagnosed with plaque psoriasis many years ago. And like a lot of people, I felt very confused. I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. And it was really overwhelming. And it took me quite a while to find my inner strength, find my voice, and really find the ways that I could navigate my health journey with my dermatologist in the best possible way. So I've been so excited to partner with Bristol Myers Squibb with the So Have You Found It campaign, because when you go to sohaveyoufoundit.com, you'll see that there are scripts for you where you can go to the doctor and actually use some of those scripts to have you have that sense of empowerment. There's videos with people like Mindy Kaling and Ted Danson, as well as real patients that are helping to understand what it's like to really live with plaque psoriasis so that people don't have to feel so alone like many have throughout their journey.
Nikita, where do people get it wrong when they think of plaque psoriasis and just what it is and the treatments?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of times, people don't always know that there are so many things that come up for someone with plaque psoriasis that are in part of your social experiences. I know when I was first diagnosed, I felt really embarrassed. I felt really self-conscious. So it is about finding that right provider, that dermatologist or specialist that's going to work with you, that really understands you, that really believes in the things that you're telling them. And you can go to sohaveyoufoundit.com, as I said, and see how you can really speak to that person to make sure you're working with the right person for you. And I think that sometimes people get it wrong by just not understanding that emotional aspect to navigating a disease like plaque psoriasis.
Dr. James Lebecco, over to you. What kind of treatments are available for people that have been diagnosed?
Well, psoriasis has really gone through an evolution of therapy in the last 20 years or so, from light therapies and creams that people apply to areas to, injectable medications like biologics and once daily oral pills like Sotyktu or deucravacitinib, which can be used to treat their chronic plaque psoriasis. And it's worth that discussion to discuss with the patient and the doctor, the benefits of that therapy, as long as any risks to go along with it, like coughs or cold, upper respiratory tract infection, or acne-like eruptions that can occur on the skin with that.
Okay, before we let you guys go, Nikita, can you give us a place online where people can learn a lot more about not only plaque psoriasis and various treatments available, but also about your campaign? So, have you found it?
Absolutely. They can visit sohaveyoufoundit.com to learn more.
Okay, thank you both for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. We have thousands of people that watch, and so I know that the information that you guys told us is very helpful to so many. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis, where it is cloudy and certainly wet and rainy out there. We'll be talking more about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heavy downpours continue to shift across parts of the Mid-South here this morning. Be prepared for that as you're stepping out the door. The coverage of rain will begin to taper off a little bit as we head towards the latter half of the morning into the afternoon hours. So keep in mind, there's probably going to be a large temperature differential today because more clouds and rain to the north and east, south and west. Not as much rain, though a few passing showers. The heat begins to build underneath that ridge of high pressure that will be building in our direction as we head through the next couple of days. Highs in the 80s to low 90s here today. Of course, the bulk of the rain tapering off after lunchtime. As we go into tonight, should be a fairly quiet one across the region, starting off with temperatures in the 70s, amid a mixture of clouds and sunshine to start off early Thursday morning, and then the heat builds in a big way. There might be a few isolated downpours during the afternoon, but of course the big story will be the heat building across the region, all thanks to a big ridge of high pressure that will be expanding over the deep south here the next couple of days. Of course, underneath that ridge of high pressure, you're going to have that sinking air that compresses and warms up, and it will warm up very efficiently as we head through the course of the day tomorrow. First alert weather day in effect for your Thursday, and the very least probably extend that out into your Friday as well, as the heat stress cranks up. Highs in the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures though 110 plus in some instances as we head through that time frame. Here's a look at our first alert futurecast. When you look at it, breaking it down tomorrow, there could be an isolated shower or thunderstorm rumbling up during the course of the afternoon hours, but of course the bigger story will be the heat and humidity combination. That 95 operates more like 110 to 115 degrees. I think across eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, yeah, we're probably going to have some feels like temperatures around 115 again going into your Thursday. Now, starting off early Friday morning as a weak boundary approaches us, we could kick up a quick shower or two north of I-40 corridor as we head into early Friday morning. Some passing clouds, temperatures upper 70s to near 80 degrees early Friday morning. And yet again, we'll push the story forward on the heat and humidity combination. Middle 90s, again operating more like 110. A pop-up shower or thunderstorm to cool off one or two folks, but don't expect a lot of cooling relief there. There may be a little better chance for a shower or thunderstorm to emerge as we get into the overnight period of Friday and the Saturday as another front approaches the area, helping to kick up a few more shower and storm opportunities into your Saturday. Now, that front will help to usher in the drier air that will eventually take us into the early portions of next week, and depending on the timing of it, if the front comes through here later in the day on Saturday, I think the heat's still going to be pretty searing. If the heat is a little lower, it's going to be by way of the front swinging through earlier in the day. At any rate, there's still a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms on Saturday, depending on the timing of the front. Before that happens, though, it's definitely going to be hot and humid as we head through both Thursday and Friday. Again, we do have the first alert weather day in effect for Thursday for a FedEx St. Jude Championship Round 1 play. A lot of folks in town for that. We also will have the football jamborees for Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools coming up as well on Thursday and Friday for that matter. Those all kick off like 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. So those will also be impacted by the heat and humidity combination as we head through that time frame. With the heat cranking up yet again, check that first alert forecast on the First Alert Weather app. Limit your time outdoors if you can. Of course, reschedule outdoor work if you can as well. If you can't, make sure you're taking plenty of breaks in the shade or indoors, and staying hydrated is key, and checking in on the elderly, children, and pets during this whole time frame. Here's a look at that extended forecast. Again, just plain old wet for your Wednesday, and the reasoning why, again, that boundary just sitting on top of us, that sets up for a wet go of things for the FedEx St. Jude Pro-Am Wednesday morning and into the afternoon hours. We'll start to see the coverage tapering off after lunchtime, but it may be too late at that point when it comes down to how much rainfall we see as we go through that time frame. Tomorrow for the first round of play, rain chances are going to be pretty slim, maybe an isolated downpour here or there. Of course, the heat's going to be the bigger story, front facing for you, mid-90s, mostly to partly sunny skies. And of course, it feels like temperatures around 110 degrees during the course of the afternoon. Likely lean that into your Friday, even into Saturday in some instances. So keep an eye to the sky. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on the First Alert weather app, as well as the Action News 5 digital desk. Extend this out to the next 10 days. Beyond that front moving through the area Saturday into Sunday, some drier air moves in here. Some indications have us in the 80s for highs next week again. But right now we're going to hold around 90 degrees or so Monday through Wednesday or Thursday before we start to see the humidity levels start to creep back up slowly but surely. But I think another round of slightly drier air, not as dry as what we saw this past weekend, but at least some slightly drier air moving back into the fold after a wave of blistering heat to take us through the end of this week.
News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. There is a new study that reveals that many patients are still paying out of pocket to prepare for a colonoscopy. In other words, they are paying for that medication, if you will, that extremely powerful laxative in order to prep your body for a colonoscopy. And there is a group out there that is trying to change all that. I'm joined right now by Chris Evans. She is a Colon Cancer Coalition president and is someone that is fighting to reduce barriers for colonoscopies, and one of which would be that medicine that you take beforehand. Chris, good morning to you. Tell me exactly what you and others are fighting for. Good morning.
Good morning. We know that colonoscopy prevents or detects colon cancer at very early stages, but that's only when the colonoscopy is a clean colon, and that's what your prep is for. And so it's an integral part of that colonoscopy to have that prep. And most patients don't know they have choices in prep. There are so many out there on the market, and that some are readily uncovered by insurance, and some of them are not covered at all by insurance. So this is what we're trying to get the message out there.
Why would some be covered by insurance and not others? Is it just because it's too expensive?
Well, all of them are supposed to be, except for the over-the-counter, which is very commonly prescribed. So that's kind of our point, is that every patient can tolerate a different kind of prep. There's 4-liter preps, there's 2-liter preps, there's pill form. There's all kinds of choices, and depending on your situation as a patient, you're going to like and tolerate one of those better than the other. So that's what we want to get out there, is for people to talk to their doctors and really find out which one's the best, and it all should be covered by insurance.
Yeah, I have to say I had one recently, and the preparation for it, I remember I did have to pay, but it was like a copay. That insurance did pay for a portion of that laxative or whatever it was that cleans you out. They did pay for a portion of it, so it was, a nominal fee, maybe $10, $15. Would you like to see like no fee at all? Is that what you're talking about?
No fee. You're lucky enough that you have insurance and that you're able to cover that. But we experience patients who have so many barriers to colonoscopy with transportation, childcare, time off work, just everything economic like that, that we don't want any costs because it's an integral part of this test. You cannot have a good colonoscopy without a good prep.
Gotcha. So tell me what you and your coalition are going to do to move forward with this.
So we're kind of working legislatively. We know that the ACA said this has to be paid for, and it's just kind of falling through the cracks, I think, with that copay, like it's a medication versus part of a screening colonoscopy. And we want people to, this is a piece of the screening colonoscopy. It is an umbrella, it is the same, it is not different, and it should be paid for fully. So we're working towards that, and we're also working to get the word out through your listeners to have that, to advocate for themselves, to demand that from their colonoscopy provider.
Okay, so we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. Anything that you would like them to do? Is there a place where they can go online?
You can always get a hold of us at www.coloncancercoalition.org. We have lots of information about colon cancer and about our events. And in there, there's an info line. If you need some help, email us. We'll get involved. Just really think about the prep, not just the test. The test sort of overwhelms your mind when you have to go for a colonoscopy. And so then step back a minute, think about the prep, and think about asking those questions, whether you're diabetic, whether you can't tolerate large volumes of liquid, whether pills make you can't swallow pills. There's all kinds of really good considerations to not take the prep as a sideline. It's actually the main part of the test. And so let's talk about it. Let's get it the right thing for you, what you tolerate and what you can afford.
Okay, Chris Evans, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much for the info, the knowledge, and good luck with your coalition's push to make it all paid for by insurance. Thank you. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and we love everything Memphis Botanic Garden. It is such a gem in Memphis and the Mid-South, and they have an event for everybody going back to school. I'm joined now by Natalie Brashear. She is joining us from Memphis Botanic Garden, and we all love the big backyard, especially all those kiddos out there. And tell me, you have a bash coming up, right? Tell me about it. Good morning.
Thank you. We do. I'm so excited to be here to talk about our upcoming event, the Back to School Backyard Bash, which will be hosted by the Education Department here at the Botanic Garden within the wonderful My Big Backyard. It is to celebrate a wonderful 15 years of our children's garden being a vital part of the wider garden. It was founded in 2019 and is still going strong, providing a wonderful outlet of nature for Memphis families. So the Bash is here to celebrate not only back to school and back to learning, but 15 years of My Big Backyard as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, 2009. It's been around, August of 2009. So for someone that, and some of those kids out there, perhaps some families that have never been to My Big Backyard, explain it for us and tell us about this Back to School Bash.
Yes, so My Big Backyard is a 2.5 acre garden within the Memphis Botanic Garden that has over 12 different curated garden rooms that allow children and families to explore various kinds of play landscapes, learning landscapes, tons of different botanic features, as well as artistic sculptures and everything kind of embedded within this wonderful garden. So on September 7th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., we are all going to gather together. We'll have drop-in activities, learning activities, native animal educators with animals present. We'll have face painting, food trucks so that everyone can kind of gather and have a picnic. We'll have hot dogs, ice cream, lots of different games, board games as well, and even a fitness class to kick everything off with Fit for Moms. So we're really excited by all the different things that are going to be going on during this bash. A little bit of something for everyone.
And it sounds like it's for ages, all ages, really. I mean, it's not just a specific age group, is it?
No, I mean, it is a family garden by nature. Definitely, we serve a lot of kids and have wonderful classes for all grades, kind of 12 and down, but the bash itself, excuse me, the bash itself is for everyone, families to come together. Anyone that enjoys walking through MIBI and watching just the garden grow and change over the years, maybe even they grew up in My Big Backyard years ago and want to come and celebrate 15 years later in their life as well. So it's really something, again, yeah, for everyone and the wider community.
No question about it. Something that is enjoyable every time I go to Memphis Botanic Garden, and I'm sure other people feel the same way, Natalie, is that it's almost like a breath of fresh air. You know, you're just like, wow, this is so nice. It's so beautiful. It's right in the city of Memphis, and you can just kind of explore and get lost. Especially at a young age, when you know, I can remember as just a young person, you know, going through nature and exploring. It's like it really opens your eyes into how beautiful nature really is. Do you see that a lot?
Definitely. I feel so lucky to be able to come here to My Big Backyard to work every day. Like you said, it is a breath of fresh air. It's a wonderful reminder that we can have such beauty here embedded in our urban landscape. And I think it is really important for everyone, parents, grandparents, and of course, children, to come and take time to spend in nature because, as you said, it's really healing. It puts peace in your mind, and it also shows a lot of different ways to look at the world around you differently and find new beauty in small spaces and identify plants and learn about the natural world. Kind of the more you know, the more you appreciate.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's briefly talk about costs.
So the back to school backyard bash will be free with admission, with garden admission. So members can just come, of course. So it is a very accessible event. And again, you can also bring your own food for the picnic. We will have food trucks there. Like I said, hot dogs, ice cream, our lemonade stand. We'll have little snacks as well. But we encourage everyone to make this event personal to them. They're allowed to bring whatever kind of picnic items they want. And yeah, as I said, free with admission.
Okay, and for those who aren't members, Natalie, it's my understanding $7 for ages 2 to 12, 10 for seniors, 12 for adults. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Just keep an eye out for upcoming events at the garden. We have our fall plant sale, which is always a wonderful event coming up as well. Lots of great things as we transition from summer to fall. But yeah, we really hope to see you on Saturday, September 7th at the Backyard Bash. Thank you so much for letting me talk about it today.
Absolutely, Natalie. And I know when I talked to Gina last, she was telling me about all the different fall activities that you guys have planned. Yes. If someone's watching us right now and they want to learn more about Memphis Botanic Garden, can you give us the website one more time?
Definitely. You can go to www.membg.org and find our events calendar to see a full layout of the upcoming events we have this fall. As you said, we do have a lot of wonderful campfire and harvest-based events. It's hard to believe that fall is around the corner, but yes, definitely lots to come up and keep an eye out for. And also at Memphis Botanic on Instagram has a lot of great updates as well.
Awesome. Natalie Brashear, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You do the same. All right, live look from our Midtown High Five camera. It is currently pretty nasty out. You know, a lot of clouds, some rain out there. It's not going to last forever, though. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis has the forecast for you. Was someone calling my name?
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heavy downpours continue to shift across parts of the Mid-South here this morning. Be prepared for that as you're stepping out the door. The coverage of rain will begin to taper off a little bit as we head towards the latter half of the morning into the afternoon hours. So keep in mind there's probably going to be a large temperature differential today because more clouds and rain to the north and east, south and west. Not as much rain, though a few passing showers. The heat begins to build underneath that ridge of high pressure that will be building in our direction as we head through the next couple of days. Highs in the 80s to low 90s here today. Of course, the bulk of the rain tapering off after lunchtime. As we go into tonight, should be a fairly quiet one across the region, starting off with temperatures in the 70s, amid a mixture of clouds and sunshine to start off early Thursday morning, and then the heat builds in a big way. There might be a few isolated downpours during the afternoon, but of course the big story will be the heat building across the region, all thanks to a big ridge of high pressure that will be expanding over the deep south here the next couple of days. Of course, underneath that ridge of high pressure, you're going to have that sinking air that compresses and warms up, and it will warm up very efficiently as we head through the course of the day tomorrow. First alert weather day in effect for your Thursday, in the very least, probably extend that out into your Friday as well as the heat stress cranks up. Highs in the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures, though, 110 plus in some instances as we head through that time frame. Here's a look at our first alert futurecast. When you look at it, breaking it down tomorrow, there could be an isolated shower or thunderstorm rumbling up during the course of the afternoon hours. But of course, the bigger story will be the heat and humidity combination. That 95 operates more like 110 to 115 degrees. I think across eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, yeah, we're probably going to have some feels like temperatures around 115 again going into your Thursday. Now, starting off early Friday morning as a weak boundary approaches us, we could kick up a quick shower or two north of the I-40 corridor as we head into early Friday morning. Some passing clouds, temperatures upper 70s to near 80 degrees early Friday morning. And yet again, we'll push the story forward on the heat and humidity combination. Middle 90s, again operating more like 110. A pop-up shower or thunderstorm to cool off one or two folks, but don't expect a lot of cooling relief there. There may be a little better chance for a shower or thunderstorm to emerge as we get into the overnight period of Friday and the Saturday as another front approaches the area, helping to kick up a few more shower and storm opportunities into your Saturday. Now, that front will help to usher in the drier air that will eventually take us into the early portions of next week, and depending on the timing of it. If the front comes through here later in the day on Saturday, I think the heat's still going to be pretty searing. If the heat is a little lower, it's going to be by way of the front swinging through earlier in the day. At any rate, there's still a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms on Saturday, depending on the timing of the front. Before that happens, though, it's definitely going to be hot and humid as we head through both Thursday and Friday. Again, we do have the first alert weather day in effect for Thursday for a FedEx St. Jude Championship Round 1 play. A lot of folks in town for that. We also will have the football jamborees for Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools coming up as well on Thursday and Friday for that matter. Those all kick off like 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. So those will also be impacted by the heat and humidity combination as we head through that time frame. With the heat cranking up yet again, check that first alert forecast on the First Alert Weather app. Limit your time outdoors if you can. Of course, reschedule outdoor work if you can as well. If you can't, make sure you're taking plenty of breaks in the shade or indoors, and staying hydrated is key, and checking in on the elderly, children, and pets during this whole time frame. Here's a look at that extended forecast. Again, just plain old wet for your Wednesday, and the reasoning why, again, that boundary just sitting on top of us, that sets up for a wet go of things for the FedEx St. Jude Pro-Am Wednesday morning and into the afternoon hours. We'll start to see the coverage tapering off after lunchtime, but it may be too late at that point when it comes down to how much rainfall we see as we go through that time frame. Tomorrow for the first round of play, rain chances are going to be pretty slim, maybe an isolated downpour here or there. Of course, the heat's going to be the bigger story, front facing for you, mid-90s, mostly to partly sunny skies. And of course, it feels like temperatures around 110 degrees during the course of the afternoon. Likely lean that into your Friday, even into Saturday in some instances. So keep an eye to the sky. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on the First Alert weather app as well as the Action News 5 digital desk. Extend this out to the next 10 days. Beyond that front moving through the area Saturday into Sunday, some drier air moves in here. Some indications have us in the 80s for highs next week again. But right now we're going to hold around 90 degrees or so Monday through Wednesday or Thursday before we start to see the humidity levels start to creep back up slowly but surely. But I think another round of slightly drier air, not as dry as what we saw this past weekend, but at least some slightly drier air moving back into the fold after a wave of blistering heat to take us through the end of this week.
is a critical shortage of blood right now. In fact, it is gotten to the point where the American Red Cross is calling this an emergency type situation because it is plummeted. The inventories have plummeted a lot this summer. Let's bring in someone to talk about the blood shortage and what we can do about it. I'm joined now by Dr. Baya Lansky. She is a Division Chief Medical Officer with the American Red Cross. Dr. Lasky, good morning to you. Tell us about the blood shortage and the serious effect that it has.
Yes, well, the recent severe weather has had a significant impact on the blood supply. We have seen Hurricane Debbie, the wildfires, the tornadoes that have forced the cancellation of about 60 drives just in the last week, which means 1,500 blood donations that were not collected. This is now coming on the heels of July, where we saw record temperatures across the country during a time when it's already challenging to collect due to travel and vacation plans. So as you said, since July 1st, the American Red Cross blood supply has dropped by 25%, which means about 19,000 units that have not been collected. And we are working very closely with our hospitals around the clock to make sure that patient needs are met. But unfortunately, the blood is going out the door faster than we are able to collect it.
Right, and right now you need all blood types, but type O is the most favored, right?
That's right. Donors of all blood types are welcome to come donate. No matter what your blood type, you can help patients. But you're exactly right. Type O blood product is particularly low. O negative is of any blood type and are particularly critical for emergencies. And so distributions of these most high demand, most needed blood types have been reduced to hospitals in recent months. And then also platelets of all blood types are in constant need as well.
Okay, so let's talk about the best ways, because we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. We broadcast to West Tennessee, North Mississippi, and Eastern Arkansas. What are the best ways that people can go ahead and donate blood?
Yes, well, you can find us at redcrossblood.org, call us at 1-800-RED CROSS, or find us on the Red Cross Blood Donor app. You can find a location near you to make an appointment. And we are encouraging everyone, if you have never donated before, it is easy and it's a short amount of time that of your day that you can save a life and touch someone else's survival. As a thank you, we are offering a $20 Amazon gift card to anyone who comes in during the month of August. And I would just encourage people, patients depend on hospitals, hospitals depend on us, and we depend on you to help support them. So please, as you go about your summer, please remember the people who are in the hospital who need transfusions today, tomorrow, next week. We really need people to come out and donate.
All right, Dr. Baya Lansky, we appreciate you and everything that the American Red Cross does for everyone, especially in those moments where we need the American Red Cross the most. Thank you, and hopefully the message has been sent out loud and clear to the thousands of people who watch us. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. I want to talk about Wounded Warrior Project right now. They partner with organizations all across the country To expand reach and enhance programs, improve advocacy efforts for post 9/11 injured veterans and their families, and in return, the organization provides companies with a way to support their communities, involve employees, make an impact in the lives of the wounded, the ill, and the injured veterans. I want to talk more about what they do and how important these nonprofit business relationships are. I'm joined now, I believe it's Bree Katzer-Todd, VP of Business Development for Wounded Warrior Project, and Brian Tucker with CSX. Thank you both for joining us. Bree, over to you. Tell us about some of the programs and services offered to veterans through Wounded Warrior Project, and how do these corporate sponsorships and partnerships really help make these services possible? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. Wounded Warrior Project has a number of different programs to really meet the warrior where they are in their recovery journey. And they focus on mental and brain health, financial wellness, connection, advocacy efforts, as well as physical health and wellness. And we provide these programs free of charge to the warriors and their family members. And that's really where our corporate partners step in, because they help us fuel our programs and services. They help provide much needed funding. They engage their employees. They connect with communities, and they help amplify the mission of Wounded Warrior Project each and every day.
Brian, over to you. Tell me about CSX involvement with Wounded Warrior Project and why you decided to get involved, and specifically about this drone program I believe that you are helping fund, right?
That's correct. Well, service is really part of CSX's DNA. Every day, the men and women of CSX, the 23,000 railroaders, are out there in service to our country's economy, keeping goods moving across the country. But our connection to service runs even deeper than that. About 1 in 5 of our employees is a veteran, has served our country. So it's something that we care deeply about, something that our employees are very close to. And that's why we're so proud to partner with the Wounded Warrior Project to offer a whole host of programs and support and resources, but the one that we're particularly proud of is the Warriors to Work program, and this is the drone certification program. We have equipment, we have experts, we use drones in the railroad industry, and we train these veterans to get certified as drone pilots to help with that transition from military service to the civilian world. And that is something that we're really excited about, and we're very proud to help these warriors as they make that transition, because we know that it can be a challenge.
Bree, tell me a little bit about Wounded Warrior Project. So many of us know that name and maybe have some familiarity with what exactly it is, but can you spell it out for us, and how long you guys been in existence and what exactly you do?
Absolutely. So Wounded Warrior Project, we've been around for 20 years, and we started as a very small organization, and now we're a national organization with a local impact. So we serve warriors and family members in their community, and we provide a number of different programs. As I mentioned, they are free to the warriors and their families, and those programs are still in need. We have 71 warriors signing up every single day for our programs and services. And we're able to deliver them because of companies, because of individuals that have raised their hand. And so we're continuing to provide the necessary programs and services to warriors each and every day.
Bree, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. If someone is watching and perhaps they're a business owner or perhaps they're just an employee and they want to help out, what are the best ways to do that?
Well, I would welcome anyone to go to woundedwarriorproject.org, and there you will find a number of different ways to get involved, whether you're a company, an individual, as you mentioned, an employee, and you want to take this back to your company. And also, if you are a veteran, a warrior, a family member, and you want to learn more about our programs and get involved, you can find all of the information there also. So it's woundedwarriorproject.org.
Brian, did you mention something about the drone program yet?
Yes, I did. That's a program, it's the Warriors to Work program, and we're specifically focused on providing drone certification training to the Wounded Warriors through the Wounded Warrior Project, and something that we're very proud of.
And tell me what it's been like to partner with Wounded Warrior Project. Has it benefited your business, employees? What?
Well, our partnership with the Wounded Warrior Project is something that we are extremely proud of. As a partner, you want to have a relationship where you can grow together, and that's exactly what we've done. I mentioned that we have a number of things that we're working on, but we're always working together to increase the impact. It's more than just writing a check. It's really about getting our employees involved, finding ways to make connections that make sense for our business. And we've actually hired some of the Wounded Warrior members. And it's just something that we're really proud of and that we look to continue for the years ahead.
Okay, Bree and Brian, we appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk, informing our audience about the importance of not only supporting the Wounded Warrior Project, but also those nonprofit business relationships. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. We'll be talking more about the forecast and more news in 1 minute. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and at some point in our lives, you're going to have to deal with getting a new car, or at least a new car for you. At some point, you're going to have to say, it's time to trade in the old one, or it's time to sell the new one, and now I got to figure out what I should get for my next ride. What should you get? There are so many options out there, and sometimes that whole process can be very intimidating. And we're not just talking about something that's intimidating for a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old. This is for every age group. It's daunting when you think about what car you should get, how many miles should it have, should you get a used car, should you get a new car, what should you do with your trade-in, what should you do if you want to sell your car? Well, I have the perfect interview for you to really just kind of bring it down to layman's terms of what we can do and better, find a way to empower all those consumers out there that are in the market for a car. Let's bring in Stan Norton. He is the CEO of City Auto. He is also someone who sits on the board of the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission. Stan, I appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. How are you this morning?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. I'm doing very well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So where do we begin on this? At what point does a person say, okay, I think I might need a new car, and where should we start with that process? Because it is very daunting.
It is daunting. First, Andrew, let me just offer a disclaimer here. Even though I sit on the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission today, the information offered today is my opinion. It's not an official statement from the state of Tennessee, so I have to offer that. But yeah, it is a daunting task to purchase a vehicle. It's the second largest asset an individual will buy. So you just start from the beginning. What is your need? What do you want? And then, of course, the internet has made that very opportunistic to search for that. So I think the average consumer spends something like 100 hours online just to make a purchase, only to go to less than 2 dealerships to find what they want. So it's just something that it comes down to needs and wants. But the internet's a good place to start. So do all your research. So in new cars, I mean, the average cost of a new car is $47,000. A used car is $26,000. So you start there, and that equates to a payment. So you know, everybody's got a different need or a want. So, you know, there's a lot of things to determine when you're going to search for a car. You know, and there's the obvious tips. When you start to look for, once you decide what you want, you got to find a dealer. You know, and I would recommend finding a licensed dealer, someone who's reputable, and you can find that by searching online. There's all kinds of reputation tools online, like the Better Business Bureau. There's Google reviews. There's all kinds of things you can look to start finding a dealer. And once you find that dealer, you gotta do a lot of research.
We
right?
need
You gotta do. There's a lot of research to be done.
And get back to work. Yeah,
Go
let
ahead.
me ask you something, Stan. Let me just jump in real quick. I know that there are some times, and this is just a question, some times of the year are better than others to be in the market for a new car or a used car. Can you talk a little bit about that, maybe when the best times are during the year?
I get that question asked a lot. There's really not a better time. I mean, you know, I've been doing this 38 years. You know, the model changes can be an opportunity to find a better deal if there's a transition in the body style. But I mean, that's a tough one. Really, there's no really good time. I mean, I hear the end of the year, close out. I mean, I guess I can't say there's really a better time to buy a car. Now, we just went through the pandemic, and that created some challenges from supply and demand. But, you know, the supply and demand is pretty consistent now and it's normalized. But, I mean, really not a good time. The time is just, when is the best time for you? There's not really a peak or a valley for the supply and demand of that. So I guess I say there's not a better time than today. Today's a good day to buy a car.
What about being in the car market? At what point do you, the consumer, the driver, say, I think I may need a new car? Are there some factors involved that that the consumer needs to ask themselves and then answer themselves and say, okay, yeah, I might be in the I might need a new ride?
Well, I think everybody's always looking for a car. It's like shopping for clothes. People drive down the street and they see something they like. So subconsciously, you know, people always aspire to buy something new. But it comes down to wants and needs. And one of the things we see quite often is a person that they pay their car off and they don't have a car payment, but they start occurring deferred maintenance issues. Things start to break because typically when they pay their car off, it's got higher miles. So you know, it's a variation of things. It's wants and needs, but I mean, we see it all. But more importantly, when they start breaking, people want to get rid of them. You know, we have city. I know we have 2 service departments, and we find people when they get a very high repair bill for something, the first thing they say, I think I'd be better off just going ahead and trading it. So, but you know, and then you got some people who like to trade every year to get a new car. So, like it's just a wide variety of why anybody wants to shop. But thankfully, they like to shop every day. It keeps us in business.
So that brings me to my next question. What is the difference? Like, when do we decide, okay, we should sell our car out there on the market, maybe an online platform, or trade it in for that new ride that we want?
Well, the internet has given us a lot of options over the past years, because it used to be you'd have to call your banker, they'd give you a book value, excuse me, and you go to the dealership and you'd explain, hey, I've got a book value. Well, they wouldn't tell you where to go get that book value, but now you have that opportunity. You can go do an online search, and there's a multitude of platforms that can give you an offer online, and they'll bring you a check and pick up the car. So but I would recommend as a consumer, that's the first thing you do is when, if you've got to trade in, is try to find out what it's worth, so you know when you show up at the dealership to trade it, you have a pretty good idea of what they're supposed to give you, because you have gone online and gotten bids. And so it makes it a lot easier for the consumer. It takes a lot of the pressure off the car buying experience, because, you know, that's part of the negotiation. You know, what are you going to sell me your car for? What are you going to give me for mine? And so this opportunity to go online takes care of that. So it's made our jobs easier, as well as just the overall, you know, shopping online. You know, when I said the average consumer goes to less than 2 dealerships to buy a car, that's because they've already gone online and they've compared prices and all the options they're looking for online. So a consumer has every tool at their fingertips to go to shop for a car. You just spend all that time doing research online, finding out what it is you want, the color, the miles, the equipment, the price, because it's all right there at your fingertips. And then you can shop for price as well. and then you get your valuation tools done online. So, I mean, it's pretty easy. It's made the car buying experience a lot simpler for the consumer because they come to the dealership prepared to buy a vehicle.
Right, exactly. We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk stand, and you have said it several times that people need to do their research, their homework online first. That's best practices for someone that's in the car market. If you had maybe 2 or 3 other bullet points to give to consumers out there who are in the car market after doing your research online, what else would you tell them?
Well, if you're going to buy a used car, and I find this all too often in my sector, in my business, and also we see it from the commission's perspective as well, is dealers. I would never buy a car from a dealer that sold a used car that sold it as is. That's disclosed. It's it's a buyer's guide. Law requires it to be displayed in the window. If you see that and the dealer wants to sell you that as is, I wouldn't buy the car. I mean, you enter in an area where the dealer can hide behind the fact that he's selling it as is, and he's not responsible for anything that happens to that car after he takes it off the lot. So, most reputable dealers offer some sort of coverage that, it's a small coverage generally, anywhere from 1,000 miles to 6,000 miles that offers a stated coverage that protects the consumer if something is actually wrong with the vehicle. Now, there is all the other opportunities to extend that coverage further, but I mean, just beware. If you do buy a car as is, absolutely take it and let a mechanic check it out. Don't just take the dealer's word for it. I mean, there's a lot of good dealers out there. At City Auto, we work hard in our reputation. We've been in business 38 years to try to take care of our customers, and there's mostly dealers do that, but there are some characters out there that don't follow the rules and they hurt the consumer. So that would be a tip for sure, is make sure you don't buy a vehicle as is. But also, when you're shopping online, look for the dealer. There's a lot of information. Dealers all have online reputations, and it's easy to find it through the different platforms like Google or the Better Business Bureau. So if you'll look at those things, nobody's perfect. You're going to have issues because they're vehicles and they're man-made and they do break. But what makes a dealer different is how they handle that after the fact. Do you care about your customer? Are the customer going to be taken care of? So there's a lot to be considered in that. But to me, that would be the biggest thing, is make sure you find a good dealer. Do your research on the dealer itself as well as the car to make sure you get the best outcome.
Okay, he is Stan Norton, Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission and the COO of City Auto. Stan, we really appreciate the tips and advice you gave this morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
We got the kids back in school. They're starting to learn stuff, and parents and grandparents everywhere are rejoicing. Yay, they're back in school. Good. What about their health when they're out on the competition field, when they are competing with others? You want them to do as best as possible. You want them to be great and achieve greatness. But what about the safety and the health of your student athlete? Okay, especially with the heat that we all see here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Let's bring in someone to talk more about it right now. I'm joined by Kyle Lubrano. She is a member of Players Health. It's a sports insurance company, joining us on the digital desk. Kyle, thanks so much for joining us here. So where do parents, student athletes, where do they make the biggest mistake when it comes to staying healthy during their competitions? Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, thanks for having me. So a couple things. The first one would be, I think we don't acclimate the athletes back into the activity, right? So, they've probably been indoors a little bit trying to beat the heat. They've been in pools, and so we kind of throw them back out on the field and expect them to go full force right away. And so really we want them to start off with some, shorter sessions, speaking, particularly around the coaching aspect and kind of acclimating them right back into it in terms of, maybe shorter sessions to start with, not if they're, if we're talking about football in particular, doing, no equipment to start, shorter sessions leading into larger sessions as they get acclimated. It can take up to 2 weeks to be fully acclimated to the heat. So in preparation for that, parents can really start to get their kids outdoors, maybe go out, depending on what sport, if it's soccer, kick around with them, If it's running, obviously they're going to want to have been running leading up to the preseason.
Great. That is a great point. And, it gets so hot here in Memphis in the Mid-South, especially this time of year in the month of August and even in parts of September. And I guess when it comes to hydrating, that's something you need to be cognizant of no matter what, right?
Yes, yeah. So as we send them back out into the heat, they should be hydrating frequently. So making sure that they have their water bottle with ice, and sometimes, depending on how hot it is and how long the session is going to be, making sure they have 2 water bottles. It should be where the coaches know that the heat is going to, make them need to take water breaks more often. So every 20 minutes or so, there should be a water break. As a parent, I often have the discussion with my child. If you really feel like you need to take a break to get water, just, excuse yourself really quickly, go get it. We really shouldn't be denying water. And then before and after, right? So the day before, we're making sure that they are hydrating enough. And then after, and obviously this is probably more for more elite sports or high school sports like football. Weighing yourself before and after. Obviously, we're not going to have our 7 and 8 year olds weighing themselves, but before weighing yourself before and after to see how much fluid you've actually lost, and then making sure that we're replacing that.
Yeah, that's all great advice. I mean, both my kids played youth sports. They're now in college, and so staying hydrated, acclimating the right way. Are there signs that parents and grandparents should watch for when their kid perhaps gets in trouble?
Yeah, absolutely. So, there's a difference obviously between dehydration and heat stroke, and both are obviously very serious and lead to further complications if they're not dealt with. So, hydrating won't necessarily, prevent heat stroke. Heat stroke is when the core temperature of the body gets too high, and we need to start to cool that down. But there's signs, and one being, obviously if the child is younger, they may be a little bit more irritable. They could have symptoms kind of resembling the flu, where they are dizzy, lethargic. They could be pale. They could be excessively sweating, vomiting. And so just really being diligent around noticing those things with your child, and listen to them if they're telling you that, they don't feel well. Obviously, we don't want to send them back out into the field if we're, doing, 2-a-days, 2 sessions a day. Just making sure that we are, listening and watching for those signs is key.
No question. And, a lot of times they'll come home, especially in those first few practices where they're going to be a little bit sore, they're going to be a little bit more tired. Anything else that we should be watching for just to ensure that they're on the right path, that it's no big deal and they should continue to go to practice?
Yeah, and obviously, I think depending on the age, some kids will want to get out of practice, But I would say, just watching, making sure that they are taking care of themselves, right? I think this is one thing that, we're a little bit more educated in this area. We're not in the 1980s and the 1990s where we just say, you just go out and do whatever you can, eat whatever in between. We really need to be making sure that we're developing the whole athlete, right? And so that means not only doing your job on the field, but off the field, right? And so they should be not only hydrating, eating well, eating, foods like fruits and vegetables that have a lot of water in them. And then also just, making sure that they're getting enough rest in between, and making sure that, if they are out in the sun in an outdoor sport, that in between sessions, they are, resting inside in the air conditioning, or if they don't have access to inside, sitting in the shade, just not overexerting themselves. And then sleeping at night, making sure that they are getting their rest. And that's where our bodies recover and repair muscle deterioration. So I think, just also paying attention to what your child is telling you, and just generally their appetite to go out for more. I think one thing that we really need to be worried about is the biggest risk factor is really just those that are super excited to please us, and so they're over motivated And that is probably the biggest risk factor in this, that they're going to overdo it, right? We wouldn't send somebody out to run a marathon without having trained for it. So those that are overmotivated will kind of put themselves in this position to kind of either get dehydrated or suffer from heat stroke.
Kyle, this has been great. We've certainly given a lot of information out there to our viewers. We have thousands that watch us each and every morning. Is there a place online where people can go and really kind of look at these various aspects that you've talked about this morning?
Yeah, there's a ton of research out there. I mean, I think if a quick Google search of, like heat stroke symptoms or how to, make sure that you're taking care of young athletes in the heat, you can pull up a lot of variety from different, the Mayo Clinic, different, Cleveland Clinic. And then also I would say, just make sure, whatever organization you are part of, that they have a heat stroke and heat illness policy. And so there's a lot of information out there specific to this that you can, quick Google search will be able to pull up all the information that you need to be able to find on this.
All right, Kyle Lubrano, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk and giving us that information, which is vital, especially this time of year. We appreciate it. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. The use of illegal vapes is still very much a serious problem, especially when it comes to kids in high school. We're talking about teens, adolescents. They use these disposable e-cigs from China, and they have an extraordinary amount of concentrations of nicotine. They're highly addictive, and they're appealing to these kids and adolescents because of their appearance. They look like toys, they're school supplies, and they have all these different flavors. So how do we combat this? Because right now, according to a study since 2019, 60% of youth, high school kids, reported using these disposable e-cigarettes. It's an awful situation. I know so many parents firsthand that have struggled to deal with this issue. Let's bring in someone to help us and discuss this in detail. I'm joined right now by Rich Marianos, a former ATF deputy director. He's joining us on the Digital Desk. Rich, thanks so much for joining us. Let's talk about this problem first off. Let's just kind of outline the problem, how pervasive it is, and how much of an epidemic it is. Good morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning. Let's just go with the statistics of what you said earlier. If 6 out of 10 kids are using it right now, it is a huge problem, especially right now with a new school year. We've seen in the last 5 years a 2,000% increase among young adults that are addicted to these vape products, and now they're going to be going into schools. Almost zombies is what I say. So addictive, with products like Tyson's Heavyweight 1000 Puff Mango Cherry version, not manufactured by industry, manufactured by Chinese organized crime. But this addiction creates a disruption which affects our school system, our parental duties, school resource officers, our administrators. And if we don't grab a hold of Chinese organized crime that's involved in this, the problem will just become more and more severe every day going into this year.
How are these kids, because I mean, both my kids are in college and they were in high school, and they would tell me certain bathrooms in the high school where these kids would vape and have these flavors, cotton candy, creme brulee, that sort of thing. How do these kids, first off, get these products? Are they being sold everywhere? And why isn't there a crackdown on this kind of thing?
Well, let's start first. How are they getting it? A lot of it is through the websites and social media, or illicit vape shops that are selling it directly to the kids that aren't paying attention to the laws. They're not paying attention to regulations, and they're actually putting out poison, unregulated Chinese poison, to our children. What we need to be cognizant of and understand that this is our #1 threat of national security. It's another vehicle for Chinese organized crime to come in, make more money on the backs of America, and go after our greatest resource, which is our children.
So bad, Rich. It just infuriates me as a parent and what my kids have told me about the epidemic and the problem that they see firsthand. So we've identified, this problem and how large it is. So let's talk about solutions for all those parents, the grandparents, family members out there.
Well, you brought it up a little bit earlier, and we need better enforcement. We need the government to pay attention to what's going on. We need states to develop a registry to what is illegal in terms of also what is legal for tobacco harm reduction. When these products first came out, the good ones are designed to get people away from combustibles, but the bad ones are now addicting our children. We need enforcement. We need to be giving the laws the tools, directories for law enforcement to go and put these vape shops out of business, to disrupt the supply chain, and understand that organized crime hits everyone. It's time that we hit back, and as a community, as a society, hit back in taking these out of the marketplace and making it safer for our young adults.
I couldn't agree more, Rich, especially when you talk about, this poison, for lack of a better term. I mean, we have no idea what's in this stuff. And, no matter where it's marketed, I mean, we have no idea what's in that, the long-lasting effects of some of that liquid, that vape liquid. Are there any places any states that, from your best vantage point, that do it right in terms of law enforcement, cracking down, anything like that? And if so, can we talk about them? Or if not, let's come up with some ideas and how we can push this to our state lawmakers.
The best strategy are those that have registries, that are working in concert with their law enforcement partners and coming up with a solution, working with their schools, identifying the delivery system that these young adults are using to sneak it, and then going out there again to arrest and disrupt the marketplace. Enforcement works. It always has worked, but let's go after the bad guys in the marketplace. Let's understand what the problem is and understand that the ones that are FDA approved are good for those who want to curtail combustible smoking. Everything else, it's a crime to possess, sell, and we need to get it out of the hands of our kids and enforce the government, not just to use the FDA, but give local law enforcement their tools to enforce it. The FDA is trying, but sending letters and going out there without a structured strategic plan is not the solution. We need a real law enforcement agency and real police to get behind this, to go after, again, our largest national security threat, and that is Chinese organized crime.
I think a lot of parents and grandparents, Rich, are saying, hey, can you say it louder for the people in the back? We have thousands of people watching us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. If they want to do something and they agree 100% with what you're saying, what would you recommend they do?
First thing, let's go on our website, website put together with some partners, illegalvapes.com, that has all the information on good practices, even failed practices, good articles, bad articles, but it gives the picture of how to do this and how to do it right and create a holistic approach. We can't do this in a vacuum. Our politicians have to. They must work with the school system. They must work with the parents. They must get involved in the community and hear what the biggest problems are. You talked about the bathroom vape location. You need to understand that some of these schools have locations where these kids know to go that are unsupervised, and it's a problem, it's a threat. They need to work together in this, what I call the holistic approach, rather than make these decisions in the vacuum. And then further, if it's the FDA, ATF, if it's local police, whoever it may be, that they need to use resources to target this problem.
Totally agree there. Illegalvapes.com. Anything else you want to mention this morning, Rich, we haven't touched on you feel is important? It's truly an epidemic that we need to crack down on and get under control.
Parents need to understand that this is a terrible issue. It is affecting the way our kids are developing, how their brains are developing by the use of these illegal